doing, boys and girls? Good morning. A little bit of a... Well, I've called it Cheat Sheet Monday for the fact that I don't actually plan to play much of the game today. I'm not back on my usual schedule fully, properly. But I thought I'm going to be putting together some... or should I say focusing some time and effort on getting the cheat sheet up and ready for 9.2. And I've decided it is about time that we implement some global material list for it. As there's just too much stuff. Genuinely, there's just too many goddamn materials. It was only when I started looking at doing this, I wanted to put together a conclusive, it's not called vestige comparison, is it? This is because this is what happens when you copy and paste stuff. Crafters, oh my god, FTERS. When you start putting together, oh my god, copyright ringtones. When you start putting together, I wanted a definitive, comparison for the crafters marks. Not that most people care about the old ones now, but, the new ones, the new big ones, people are going to want to know about. And more importantly, they're going to want to know, well, how much do they cost? And even more importantly than that, which professions should you be pairing up to get them the cheapest way possible? I don't think it's going to be quite as broken as what it was with the last ones, because I don't think, at this moment in time, I don't think alchemy's got the advantage like it used to. But welcome in, boys and girls. Hope you all had a good weekend, and I hope you're, keeping busy, keeping active with the gold making. It's not many possibilities at the moment, although there will be a lot of people sort of starting to stockpile materials and all that sort of good stuff. So, but today we're just gonna bang through some. I want to finish this sheet, and by finishing this one, I will also need to finish what is this one. Oh, you can't see that. That's hiding behind me, isn't it? I do have, and I always have had. Wait for it to load. A global material list that's been hidden in the background that I've sort of used previously for building the other sheets from. Now I think it's about time to make this look neat, tidy, organized, and more importantly, useful. We can reference to this one sheet for all the materials, and any time you need to change a material price, you change it here, and then it will change in every other sheet. I think that becomes a lot more sensible. Slap a dark background. Yeah, that's like literally the first thing I do. We can, we will, get the styling and everything universal, and then hopefully we'll see how far we get. It would be worthwhile in my eyes to then also go through and maybe, I don't think I will remove these price lists from the sheets where they are, because I think they're handy from a visual aid, but I will put a note to say that, to adjust prices. See here, I have to change yellow boxes to your realm prices. I will, put a little warning, materials referenced from global material sheet or something. I don't know quite how we'll call it, what we'll do with it. If we put this sheet right at the beginning though, main and then global, let's call this global materials. Makes it obvious what it is, and it should, because when I link people to the spreadsheet, I always link people to the main sheet here, so the very next one they'll see is the global sheet. So I've just realized some of these links to the sheets now aren't going to work. Whatever, we'll get there. Let me I'm on data input mode at the moment, which is hella boring. I can't lie, but it's a necessity. Crafter's Marks comparison. Here we go. I'm trying to just get all of the data in there to begin with. And once the data's in there, I can start doing the costs and the totals and the conditional formatting to make it look fancy and all beautiful. I think I've done Crafter's Mark 1 and Novice Crafter's Marks now. Crafter's Marks 2. Right. This is where I need to pull in the assistance of lots of Wowhead posts. Here we go. Not that I entirely trust Wowhead, not for the new stuff anyway. When we get to the new stuff, I will look at it in-game. And I'm really hoping, fingers crossed, toes crossed, legs crossed, everything crossed, that Blizzard are done with changing material values. Even though I think some of them are still broken, it would not surprise me if on the PTR this week we see a material balance pass. If we do, well, I'll have to go back in and change some stuff, but hey ho, it's the name of the game, right? So we need shrouded cloth, and it's 10 and 5. Make sure we get the values right. Leatherworking, we have heavy desolate leather. Heavy desolate leather, heavy callous hide. And then our penumbra thread and curing salt. So we need one above this. We need a bit more room. 1, 1, 1, 3, and 5. Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm not quite back on my full normal schedule. I think I'm going to play it relatively cool, relatively calm until 9.2 launches, and then we'll go back to normal sort of schedule. Blacksmithing. These are the same. Yet instead of it being, it's now 15 and 5. Jewel crafting, ding, 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 and ding. It's all the same as this, just with some slightly different values. 3, 3, 3, 9, and 5. You know what we're missing? We're missing coffee. Back into. Need me some coffee. Now we are good. Now we are good. Oh, it's hot. My days, it's hot. Ooh. It's all good, though. Where's Enchanting on my list? Here's Enchanting. It's the same as this, just with some different quantities. That makes things easier. 15 and 5. Alchemy. 15, 5, okay, same again, just once again, different quantities. Inscription, Umbreal, Dark Parchment, and Sealing Wax, it's the same again. Umbreal is 15, Dark Parchment becomes 5, and Sealing Wax also becomes 5. Oh, we have a new additional to our trio here. We have, what's this thing called? Immortal, Coiled, Spring. Now, if I was sensible, I'd have done this like literally a year ago. But I'm not. This is the natural progression of things, though, right? You know, you have to have your first iterations of some stuff before you work out how to do it better. Bit like Trade School Master, to be honest. I've lost count how many times I've just completely deleted my Trade School Master profile to just rebuild it from the ground up. Luckily, you guys get the most up to date and my, you know, arguably my best version of it, so everybody's a winner. We'll do some column formatting and prettiness later. Let's just get the data in there first. So that's Crafter's Mark 2. We need Crafter's Mark 3. Duplicate Crafters. I'm just cheating in a way. I'm just ripping straight from Wowhead to get my materials. I'm just using these sort of Wowhead pages just to grab the materials from. Makes it a bit easier than trying to do it in game. I'm trusting that for the old stuff that Wowhead is correct. If I make typos or stuff, I would greatly appreciate somebody shouting at me, telling me though. Oh, this is where they started to trim down. Now there's only 6 professions that can create Crafter's Marks 3s. Crafter's Marks 2 at all relevant right now? Not for the purpose of min-maxing, no. This is why I've tailored this sheet so that the newer stuff is right at the beginning. I started it and I had Novice Crafter's Marks, then I did Crafter's Marks 1, and then I realised that, well, actually, all of this is totally guff, so I tried to, like, you know, flip it round. So the new stuff is going to be the first things that people see, and then, you know, you can scroll backwards in time if needs be. I do still sell 168 gear, though. I do still look at crafting and selling this lower levels sort of older catch-up gear, because you'd be amazed how often it sells. My 168 crafts I do at least a few times a day. Get a couple of really profitable sales out of it, so it's at least, it's like I said, it's not worth min-maxing it at this point, but it's definitely worth at least crafting some and having it posted. Because this basic Crafter's Mark stuff too, you know, your 168 gear, for example, is so cheap to craft now. In comparison, you can make one of these items for like a couple of hundred gold, and you can then sell it for like 2,000 gold when somebody comes along and, you know, either the higher level stuff isn't available at the time, or the higher level stuff is significantly more expensive. And this is the thing, right? Every tier that we've had of this Crafter's Mark stuff has just got slightly more expensive. It's really starting, I mean, not so much on the Crafter's Mark gear, but it's really starting to piss off people when it comes to the legendaries, because base legendaries are just getting more expensive every patch, or have been getting more expensive every patch. Not only have they been getting more expensive, but people have also been needing more of them, which is so crafters don't like it. I think it's unanimous that crafters don't like the legendary market, nor do the average player enjoy having to spend stupid amounts of gold on a legendary every patch. So I'm almost certain, I mean, I've said this since day one, that I don't think we'll ever see anything quite like the legendary base crafting system again, but I'm of the belief it was a mistake by Blizzard in the first place, nor do I feel that it actually ended up being what they intended it to be. But I've got a whole video about that, so I won't go too in depth on it again. I'd take all the gold I could get, sat at 200k liquid, and just leveled 5 leather tailoring Lego slots. I mean, if you can get 5 Lego slots maxed for 200k, you're an absolute wizard. I have no idea how you're getting your materials quite that cheap, but fair play. Samadan's recently been doing some cheeky business. He cleverly disguised it as going on holiday to Draenor. I thought that was very amusing. Because Samadan plays on the lowest one of the lowest population servers that in turn also has, probably because it's one of the lowest, the least supply of materials and the highest average price of those materials. So he went to the other side of the world. He went over to Draenor, where there's the most players and the cheapest prices, with an empty suitcase and just filled it full of stuff, which was quite interesting. I usually, I think it's a bit of a scumbag move, if I'm honest. But I like Samadan's in the right position to do it. But I still think it's a bit scumbaggy. But there is nothing more frustrating than, having the goal to be able to buy the materials to do the crafting, but the materials just not being there. If there's no supply, then it's, I still don't particularly like it, but I think it's more justified if there's no materials in the first place. Right, so which two do we miss out on Crafters Mark III then? We lose Inscription, and we lose Inscription, and we lose Enchanting.
Are you just glad to see me?
It might be worth then...
Morning, smiley face. Finally have a day off to catch you.
How are we doing, Crunchy? Welcome in. Good to see you. A day off on a Monday. Crazy business. Well, welcome in. Good to see you and appreciate the 7 months on the tier 1. Valentine's shenanigans. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's Valentine's Day, isn't it? Yeah, I forget. It's not something that's so heavily... it's not so much of a thing in Finland. It's called Friendship Day in Finland more than like Valentine's Day. But of course, the American way has, worked its way in. Right, let's get some numbers down on this. Oh, now we're starting to get a third material thrown in for tailoring. We have shrouded cloth, we have penumbra thread, but we also have lightless silk. We go 25, 110 this time. Don't let their words fool you. Chocolate and flowers is still expected. Oh, don't worry. I've sorted all of that. That's fine. That's fine. You'll still get in trouble if you forget it. It's not forgotten about. We've got a table booked for a meal. Flowers were bought yesterday. It's all fine. Relax. Sat in school having a 2-hour break saved me from dying of boredom. Boredom is literally one of the world's biggest killers, I swear. I genuinely swear. Boredom's more deadly than almost anything else. Right, we need... Ooh, many materials now. Heavy desolate leather. Heavy callous hide. We throw some pallid bones in the mix. I can never remember, is pallid 1 or 2 L's? It's 2 L's. I think I always spell it with 1. It's probably why I can never search for it. Pallid bone. And then penumbra thread and curing salt again. So now we need to go 1 above. Give us some space. Quantities we are looking at 3... 1, 25, 6, and 10. Alright. What are we doing with the cheat sheet? I'm finally getting round to... Well, 2 things. I'm finally getting round to having a proper comparison page for the crafters' marks, which by the time I've finished will highlight which profession crafts them the cheapest. As there's lots of people that like to pair up, the profession for crafting the things, and they like to pair up that profession with whichever profession has the ability to craft them the cheapest. Obvious goblinry sort of activities. But it also means I'm going to need to actually properly implement the global material price list, make this look beautiful, and, you know, allow other sheets to reference to it, and, you know, fancy stuff I should have done a long time ago, which arguably in the last content patch of the expansion is maybe a little bit too much, a little bit too late, but it will give me a good foundation to work off for 10.0 anyway, so it won't go to waste. It won't go to waste. At least I hope it doesn't. At least I hope it doesn't. Right, blacksmithing. What do we need for blacksmithing this time? Ooh, okay. Double bonus on new stuff here as well. Right, we still need our lacerite ore. No, we don't need lacerite ore anymore. We do need lacerite ore. We also need... Now we need a lithium ore. We also then need, what are these things? Shaded stone. And finally, we need our luminous flux. $23, $5, and $10. Oh, why is that a funny colour? Okay. Next on our list, jewel crafting. Jewel crafting looks to be the same, apart from we switch out. Well, we still need the 3 gems. We then go lacerite settings is still the same. We throw in some lithium ore for good measure, and then we add in our malleable wire. Oh no! There we go. Right, quantities 4, 4, 4. Lacerite settings go up to 12. Lithium ore is 3. Malleable wire is 10. Oh, that's a funny colour too. What's going on with all of my formatting? Yeah, this week is final preparation week. I want to get a couple of the streams. Like I said, I'm not back to my usual schedule. The streams will be few and far between this week. The streams will more often likely be just when I'm doing something that's sort of stream worthy. This week is going to be a lot about getting videos ready for 9.2 launch, about all the different, you know, subsections of goal making. And I want to put a little bit more time and effort into them than me just, you know, talking into a camera for 5 minutes and then pressing publish. I'm trying to up my game. I'm trying desperately to up my game, but it's a challenge. We don't have enchanting. Do we have alchemy? We do have alchemy. But it requires a 4th component. It's adding in some... What's it? Nightshade, I guess. And then still a rune-etched vial and our death thingy. What are you doing, dogs? You chilling? She seems to have... Doggo seems to have missed the bed. Close out of the way. She seems to have missed the bed. She's got a bed. Missed. She's well, you can see she's super duper floofs, so close. Yeah. Right, what are we talking numbers wise on these? 30 Death Blossom, 5 Nightshade, a single vial, and 10 of those doodahs. Do we have an inscription? No, but we do have engineering. Yeah, I might have to shuffle some of these round a bit, so that we don't get these gaps in the middle. Because I think if I'm right, I think Enchanting and Inscription are only used for the first couple. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they. I mean, why they couldn't have just continued to add in. You know, it just shows Blizzard's laziness with the professions. This expansion, they were lazy to begin with, right? They were super lazy at the start. The fact that there wasn't really, apart from the legendary crafting system, there wasn't a lot. They implemented this crafter's mark system, which in theory should have made the whole process much easier and quicker for them, patch by patch anyway. And yet they were still too lazy to even put crafter's marks in for the professions that previously had them. Don't understand. I don't understand. I wish Blizzard would show some more love for, you know, but I don't know. I'm greatly hoping, not that I can guarantee that this will be a thing, but I'm greatly hoping that I'll be able to get very early access to whatever the next expansion is, as if I can get super duper early access to whatever the next expansion is, it gives us a much greater chance for me to talk about stuff that they're doing, or more importantly not doing, and shout about it loud enough that hopefully we can, you know, push it in the right direction. Not that I feel that I have any, you know, great level of push in that regard, but not that I think Blizzard devs even know who I am, but they definitely didn't know who I was in the Shadowlands beta. There's a greater chance of them at least knowing who I am come this next one. Right, worm-fed doodahs. How many worm-fed doodahs? 2 of these. Mortal Coil Springs is 2. Lithium ore is 3. Polishing Abrasive goes up to 10. Handfuls of bolts is 15. And Machinist's oil is 10. Right. Yeah, I think we'll shuffle Enchanting and Inscription down and bring Alchemy and Engineering up. We can do that once we've put all of the info in. Before I start doing costs and totals and stuff, we can shuffle things about if needed. Right, that's all the Crafter's Mark 3. Now let's look at Crafter's Mark of the Chained Isle. Duplicate that page, I guess. Crafter's Mark of the Chained Isle. That one. Is this 6 options again? Yeah, same 6 options again. Right, tailoring. Oh yeah, this is where it starts taking arboreal shards, isn't it? So it's the same as above. Lightless silk, shrouded cloth, penumbra thread, but the addition of arboreal shards. Oh yeah, and these were ridiculous quantities. Yes, this is where it started to get ridiculous. Leatherworking, heavy desolate, heavy callus, pallid bones is the same. Oh, it is the same, it's just once again, just with the addition of an arboreal, whoa, arboreal shards. Right, so 42, 75, 10, 25, and 15. Beautiful, beautiful. Blacksmithing. 4 plus the... Yep, okay, same again. The original 4 plus this one. Quantities: 50 lacerite, 20 alethioum, 10 shaded stones, 25 flux, 15 shards. Jewel crafting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jesus. I forget that, you know, you need 7 different materials to make a single item. Single optional reagent. It's pretty crazy. Right, 5, 5, and 5. Lacerite set. Oh my god, I still didn't turn off my stupid ringtones. Spreadsheet for Valentine's Day. Actually perfect. Hey, our true love, right? You need to spend some time with your true love on Valentine's Day. 15, 25, 25, and 15. Enchanting is a no-go. Alchemy is a thing. I assume it's the same. Death Blossom, Nightshade, Rune-Etched Vials, Distilled Death Extracts, but with the bonus of a shard. 75, 25, 1. So pointless. 25 and 15. Lovely jubbly. Do we have an engineering? We do have an engineering. 2, 3, 4, 6. Check the quantities. 5 worm fed, 5 springs, 15 ore, 15, 30, 25 machinist's oil, and 15 shards. Whew. All the materials. All the materials. Now the new stuff. Now the new stuff. Now on to Crafter's Marks 4s and Crafter's Marks are the first ones, which I continuously call Crafter's Mark of the Eternal. Because that's what it should be called. Right. Duplicate. Crafter's Mark 4. There we go. Item level 233. 6 different options again. You know full well I'm going to do all of this and they'll change it all literally tomorrow. But we'll see. Right, tailoring. Silken protofiber. Is it, what is it? Silken protofiber, lightless silk, and penumbra thread. Whoa, 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 whoa. Quantities, we're looking at 10, 10, and 15. Which in comparison to... Oh, whoa, hang on, whoa, relax. To do a comparison between 4 and 3, the lightless silk is considerably less. The shrouded cloth disappears completely. And the penumbra thread increases. You're adding 10 silken protofiber. Does Any chance you can change the zoom to like 125 for us? Yeah, that's probably feasible. Leatherworking. Protogenic pelt. Protogenic pelt along with pallid bones. Penumbra thread. And curing salt. 5 pelt. 60 bones. 5 thread. 15. So you lose the heavy desolate leather completely. You lose the heavy callous hide requirement. Ups the bone requirement. Similar but different penumbra thread required. 6 penumbra thread? Is that real? Did I make a typo there? Why would you need 6 penumbra thread? Because you need 6 penumbra thread. Okay, fine. I didn't do a typo. And curing salt, curing salt. Vendor mat, vendor mat. Roughly the same vendor mats. Considerably more pallid bones, but you're losing the cost of a heavy callous hide and of the cost of 3 heavy desolate leather to make up what is 5 protogenic pelts. The way that it looks so far, I find it very difficult to believe that with the current pricing of this sort of stuff, that the new crafters marks will actually be cheaper than the old ones, even though they're making higher item level gear. Because I already have a slight concern that these new materials that we're getting in the new zone will end up very much just useless. Eventually, I think they'll end up just being useless. There's not enough that uses them. I mean, they'll be expensive and they'll be rare to begin with, sure, as everybody's in Zereth Mortis. But ultimately, they'll just be useless. And I equally think that the protogenic pelt is likely to be considerably more expensive than the others. Considerably more expensive, because it doesn't seem to drop through regular skinning. I mean, it does, but super duper mega ultimate rare. You got to go rare farming to get these things, which kind of also makes skinning like a weird profession to have generally. The fact that your only way to get the new pelt, you're still skinning technically, yes, but you're skinning rare mobs rather than just general. It's not only off rares, but the tooltip for it, the tooltip reads, and through testing I can confirm this, players with the skinning skill can gather these rare hides from the strongest creatures inhabiting Zereth Mortis. This basically means your average beast in Zereth Mortis doesn't drop protogenic pelt. It's not even on their loot table by the looks of things. It's not like heavy callous hide, which can drop off everything. It's just really quite rare. Protogenic pelt is just not on the drop table. So you have to basically be killing rares to get this stuff. So you'll probably find that you'll have skinning rare farming groups. Skinning will have less value in 9.2. Well, it's going to be a weird one, because let's not forget that leatherworking is still going to require a lot of the basic materials in the first place. But I don't think it's going to need quite as much. The emphasis on materials has shifted. Instead of all the crafter's mark gear, it's going to shift into the high-end legendaries that everybody's going to want. Yeah, it's going to be a bit weird. It's why it's making speculation on prices relatively difficult, because it's not like, oh, okay, this new pattern uses the same, but it just uses a little bit more of it. Well, in that case, then you can say that, right, well, the value might, just go up a little bit. It's not very simple. They're swapping materials out. Some, new materials are being added in. It's making the guesstimation on, values for the materials kind of tough. Let's do blacksmithing. Blacksmithing is the same as here. No, it's not even the same as here. Lacerite is removed completely. Wow, okay. Lacerite is just replaced by protogenic ore. Oh, it's not protogenic, it's progenium ore. I hate these new names. I genuinely hate these new names. Then we have a lithium ore, shaded stone, and luminous flux. We require... Where's it gone? 5, 2, 5, and 10. So, of what you previously needed, it's basically stayed the same. I mean, down from 3 lithium to 2. But instead of 20 lacerite, it's suggesting 5 progenium ore. Sure. With the number of hunters and demon hunters around, there'll be demand. Well, yeah, that's true. Also, the skinning changed to everybody who tags it. Have you tested if somebody who didn't tag it can still skin it? I've not really tested the whole skinning changes, but I'm of the opinion it's pretty much a +1, -1 situation. The pros and cons, I think, of the change kind of balance it out. I don't think that there'll be... Because any one single person's success is unlikely to be much different to what it was previously. The only thing that might change is the way that skinners go about skinning. It might make group skinning like the way to go, whereas previously group skinning was not really a benefit. You didn't want to do it because only one person could skin the mob. It'll be interesting to see if like 2x4 skinning groups or something pop up. Would potentially, like I said, it's not going to actually super duper mega improve the amount that you personally get, though. That's the thing. All it's going to do is mean that everybody else also gets more, which is once again kind of counterproductive, because you kind of that might push the value down because there'll be a greater flood of materials on your realm. But on the basis of that, you won't be able to just run round. If you have to have a tag on the mob, you won't just be able to run round somebody else doing a world quest and just skin everything for free. It could be 50-50. But one thing we do know is that, generally speaking, the demand for leather is going to be ridiculous at the beginning. So it's also going to be quite hard to judge because of that. Umbral, Anger's Eyes, and Oroblast is the same. We need a lacerite setting. That's the... Oopsie doops. A lacerite setting is the same. We then need progenium ore. And to go with the progenium ore, we need the malleable wire. So all they seem to have done is exchanged a lithium ore for progenium ore. The quantities are the same. This is why I still think that, you know, it's very... Why? It also has gone from using 12 lacerite settings to 1, which very much, once again, makes me feel that the whole thing is still in copy-paste mode and hasn't been updated. But we'll find out later this week, I guess. With a release date, there's not much time for them to play about and get it right. Oh, I forget, you can't see half of what I'm doing. Right, Enchanting's an NA, Inscription is NA. Alchemy, we do have Alchemy. Yeah, also First Flower has the exact same icon as Nightshade. That's gonna be handy to see what you've got in your bags at a glance. If I remember correctly, the 9.1 material balance basically released with a patch. It was very, very close, like literally a few days, yeah, which is why I expect it to happen this week. I think it's one of the things that's very late on their list of stuff to do, because people like us speculate and stockpile and, you know, try and cheat the system in a way. Of which they, you know, they don't particularly want people to do. But people will. What's it called? First flower. So we need 5 of those, 5 of those, 1 of those, and 10 of those. Is engineering a thing? Engineering is a thing. Engineering is a thing. Worm-fed Pogor. Worm-fed Pogor, Porous Thingy-mabob, and Machinist's Oil. 3, 5, 15, 15. So to compare this to this one, we have slightly more worm-feds, no mortal coil springs, no alethioum ore, no handfuls of lay stripe bolts, but just 5 pog ore in place. This is going to be mad level cheap compared to what it was previously. Now that's not to say that engineering will be the cheapest of all of them, but that's like comparing that to Crafter's Mark, because this is Crafter's Mark 3. Crafter's Mark 4, which is where you do your comparison against, it's just stripped half of the materials off. I mean, a handful of lay stripe bolts times 15, gone. Alethioum ore times 3, gone. Mortal coil springs times 2, gone. This could be a contender for the cheapest craft of this. Is engineering going to have its research for the last patch of the expansion? Could be an interesting one. Right, let's do the last one then. The big boy ones. The big boy Crafter's Marks are the first ones. Crafter's Mark are the first ones. Right, tailoring. Silk and proto-fiber, shrouded cloth. Shrouded cloth makes its return. Thread. Oh, yeah, and of course, Progenitor Essentia, Pog Essence. Does engineering use the Crafter's Marks for something? The bind-on pickup goggles, I think. They tend to use it for themselves. Which is why they still have it, I think. I don't think they, but just like, which is why I think alchemy keeps it as well. Alchemy keeps it because it uses it for the trinket, the alchemy trinket. Scribes and enchanters never really had a use for it, other than I think the scribes would have had a staff, I think, that they use. I don't know. There's probably a good reason why enchanters inscription doesn't keep it, but Right, silken protofiber. 25. Shrouded cloth, 150. 10 penumbra thread and 1 pog essence. Alright, leatherworking. Protogenic pelt. Heavy desolate leather makes its return. Penumbra thread, salt. And then pog essence. 20 pelt. 30 heavy desolate. Only 5 thread. 20 curing salts and 1 of those doodahs. So a quick comparison. Heavy desolate leather. Slightly less, 10 less heavy desolate leather. But the removal of 2 heavy callus hides. The removal of 75 pallid bones. Half the amount of penumbra thread. Slightly less curing salt. And instead of shards, a pog essence. Do we think the fact that the old ones used arboreal shards and 15 of them, do we think that Blizzard wants a pog essence to be of a similar value to 15 arboreal shards? Which, I mean, 15 arboreal shards is only 1,500 gold. I don't know. It's very difficult to gauge the balancing this patch. How's the love rocket farming going? Well, I still haven't got it, so... That would make rank 7 stupid cheap with the current... Yeah, it would. It would make them stupid cheap. But by my testing... Pog Essence is going to be a nightmare to get a hold of. Or those that do get them will be able to sell them for like 10, 15k a piece. Based on just how difficult the flipping things are to get right now. Unless they have some other source of getting them that I've, just not stumbled across yet. But I've not seen anybody really indicate that they've got many of these things through any methods. Like treasures and gathering seems to be the only ways to get these pog essences so far. I've not seen them drop from quests. I've not seen them drop from literally anything else. New recipes not using the arboreal shards? No, apparently not. Apparently not. They're using these pog essences instead. Did you test with the increased chance on gathering? Yeah, the buff that you can get even with that buff. Like, the only thing that it could be is that the buff was bust. Buff was bugged. And, it was meant to be giving significantly more. But, it's... You don't know. That's the thing. You genuinely don't know. Searching for Pog Essence in Wowhead, nothing shows up. Strange. Well, you do need to search for Progenitor Essentia. It's not actually called Pog Essence, but yeah, I'm sure. Where's the buff come from? Echo Gyros, the little NPCs that are dotted around the zone. There's a whole bunch of them. There's 3 different buffs that they can provide you. Technically, it's your little Pokopop companion that interacts with them. So you've got to spec into being able to interact with them in the first place. Don't worry, there's guides for all of this coming this week, hopefully. If not, early part of. I want to get as many of the guides done this week, because I know once 9.2 goes live, I'm just going to want to power through, and I'm probably not going to want to be making too many videos on the launch. Did you think I did? Did you really think I did that? No, but you know, you never know. Right, blacksmithing. Progenium ore. Lithium ore. Shaded stones and flux. Okay, so they've just copy and pasted this one, and they've just added a pog essence to it. Wow, that's I know I'm going to do all of this today, and they're going to rebalance and rejig all of the materials tomorrow. I know they're going to do it. The fact that it's, you know, I took a couple of days off streaming and making videos. Bang! There's your release date. I'm going to put the time and effort to update the cheat sheet today. Tomorrow, bang! Material balance pass. I can see it now. I can see it now. Wowhead economy weekly today. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I'm not guaranteeing anything. Maybe. I want to kind of focus as much as I can on getting this stuff done. That's one of those bits of content. It's what I consider a nice to have piece of content. Oh, now it uses essences even. Yeah, this is odd. We use essence. Essence. What's going on here? Whoa. Oi, googly drive. Don't do stupid things on me. Essence of valor. Essence of torment? No, servitude. Essence of torment. Then we have our pogor. Finally, 25 malleable wires. And one of those things. So what is it? 1, 1, 1, 10, 25, and 1. Yeah, no essence of rebirth. Yeah, no essence of rebirth. Odd. You know, it's almost like they just copy-pasted the gems in, changed 3 of them, didn't bother to add the... You see, this is the whole thing, right? This is why just the materials feel weird. And this is why I suspect very heavily that at some point this week it will probably all change. Just as I finish doing all of this, it will probably change. I know it's not necessarily your construction site, but do you know if we'll be able to buy gear sockets like we could in Corthia? I haven't seen anything regarding socketing. No, I don't think there's anything to do with socketing in this patch. Why don't you just do it tomorrow then if you think it will change? Well, because I can't leave everything until the last minute. I've got lots of stuff to do. I've got to do something at some point. I can't wait. I can't keep waiting. Because it all takes time to do, so... Do we have an alchemy? We do have an alchemy. We have first flower, nightshade. Okay, it's exactly the same. It's a copy-paste job, just with one of these attached. Yeah, there's not enough hours in the week for me to wait much longer, unfortunately. Blizzard's waiting for Mantheus to update their spreadsheet before they release their rebuy. See, honestly, that wouldn't surprise me. That honestly wouldn't surprise me. They're waiting for me to run the numbers on it so they can then go in and balance it. Thanks for being the catalyst. Well, somebody's got it, right? Right, engineering. Engineering, we have worm feds, coils. Worm feds, coils, pog bolts, oil. Bolts, oil, and then pog essence. 10, 5, 15... 20, 20, and 1. Hang on. There we go. Nearly made a boo-boo there. Right, that, I think that is all of the data input, at least. I need to zoom back out a little bit just to see how it should look normally. I think we need to get a shot of Enchanting and Inscription. Well, not so much get shot, but just move them. So let's grab you. Put you down here. Let's grab you. Put you down. Oh god, now I don't know how far there, I think. Right, that looks better. That means anything that's actually used for the most part is at the top. And Enchanting and yeah, that can be down there for the early bird stuff. Okay. Got 5 tailoring Lego slots right now. The cape, the robe, the pants, mittens, hood. But I'm low on liquid gold. Would you settle for those slots or just try and focus on selling them in 9.2? We'll try and get as many slots as possible, but with a lower amount of liquid gold. You need liquid gold. You need some liquid gold, because let's not forget, if you want to be crafting the new rank 7s, you're going to need to be buying the new materials. We have our Vestige comparison sheet, which is another sheet that I added. You can see here that tailoring specifically, you are going to need liquid gold to buy these pog essences, unless you try and farm them yourself, which could be a crazy thing to attempt to do. You're also going to need gold to buy the silk and proto fiber. You're still don't make yourself liquid poor. You're going to want a certain amount of gold to go in, because there's no point having, what have you got, like 5 slots? You've got 5 slots ranked up. You're going to then want to be able to make rank 7s in those 5 slots. So you need to have at least enough liquid gold to do your first round of crafting. Don't grind yourself into the floor and end up not being able to actually use what you've already leveled up. Great opportunity to start using the named ranges in the sheet. Can you reference a named cell from another sheet? Because I'm going to have... This is going to disappear. This is going to go onto the global sheet. You can? Well, yeah, then we might be doing it. We have a global material list that I've not done yet, but we will make this look beautiful and fill this out Probably in a minute. Because actually, yeah, I do need to do this now before we can continue on much further. Because we now need to start working out the costs and the totals. The costs will be this multiplied by whatever silk and protofiber is somewhere else. So if we go global material list, let's make this thing look, you know, nice. What's that constant rattle? One of my fans in my computer, I think, is broken. Whoa, what's going on there? Inputting / updating the material prices for you and your realm. Right. We probably want to have these split out in some fashion so that herbs or leather. Hang on. Leave a gap between each one. Or herbs, leather, cloth should probably then go next to that. So we've got the 4 main categories of materials. Then we can have enchanting materials. We can have meat and fish. Vendor mats. And then a category for other, I guess. Vendor mats / other. Twilight bark is going to be considered an other. Lacestrite, Lithium, Solanum, Oxane, Sinvir, Phaedrum, Shaded Stone, Porous Stone. And then at the bottom we will have the... In fact, I actually want... Let's move you out of the way. I want vendor mats and other in a far more prominent position. It's going to be one that people are going to look to quite frequently, I think. Far more so than the enchanting stuff. I also now need to move the whole flipping thing across. I don't know how to describe this yet. Let's not worry too much about that for now. Oh Christ, what's it called? Hang on, it's here. Progenium or first flower. What's the new leather called? Protogenic pelt. What's the new cloth? Oh, Jesus, I can't remember. Some in fibery, some in silken protofiber. How do you think the sell rate of rank 6s will turn out in the beginning of 9.2? Will it change from now? There's a very, very strong likelihood that rank 6s will sell tremendously well for the first couple of weeks because people won't be able to make or sell the rank 7 base items. And the raid will already be in full swing before people have access to rank 7s. So there's a very good chance that people will be getting progression will have started before rank 7s will become available. So there's a good chance that people will level up to their rank 6 so that they go in and start their progression with us the best gear they can. And then when rank 7s become available, that will be a nice little item level bump, a power level spike. Plus, there's everybody that's going to be re-rolling their legendary to a different slot. May just dive straight in at rank 6. Yeah, there's very good reason for rank 6s to sell quite well, I think, at the beginning. Which is why a lot of people are speculating on Korthite crystals to stock up on a few Korthite crystals, because the demand for rank 6s will go up, but the amount of people actually farming Korthite crystals will not be great. Time of Eternal is a reward from the campaign. Yes, correct. Chapter 5, so you get it, start of week 3. I guess we need to rename these properly. This is called, what is this called? It's not regular ass flux, is it? It's luminous flux. Luminous flux. Lay strike setting. It's, what's it called? Malleable wire or something? Is it called malleable? Yeah, malleable wire. The vial is called, what's the vial's actual name? Rune etched vial. Extract is something, what, distilled death extract. I've got a price just for gems. Okay, I hadn't thought about gems. We probably need jewel crafting as a separate thing, don't we? Can go here. Umbriel. Hang on, how do you spell it? It's like that, I think. Umbriel, Anger's Eye. Is it Anger or Anger's Eye? Jesus, you think I'd know these, wouldn't you? You'd think I'd know these. Umbriel, Anger's Eye, Aurablast. There we go. Umbriel, Anger's Eye, Aurablast. Essence of... What are the 4 essences? Essence of Valor. Essence of Servitude. Essence of Torment. And then Essence of Rebirth. There we go. That's going to be the 4 things we need there. Malleable Wire's over here. Arboreal Shard is over here. Gems now doesn't need to be there. Twilight Bark does technically need to be there, but we will then have what's Progenium Sentia. That doesn't look right. Oh, you can't even see half of this because it's behind me thing. I forget that I'm streaming. I forget that I'm streaming. I do genuinely talk to myself when I'm not streaming nowadays. It's really quite weird. It's not Progenium Essentia either. It is Progenitor. Progen. Oh, Jesus, what is it? Progenitor Essentia, 2 S's. Right, there we go. Jesus. Have you stocked any Corthite? I know Dirty Obi's stocked a lot. I'm in a weird situation where on the main realm that I play on, I don't really have much chance to stock them. Mainly because there's not many that exist in the first place. There's been a bit of a drought of them on my main realm as it is. I've been buying them as and when I need them, and then by the time I come to do a restock, I end up using half of them again. So I've not really got more than what I consider to be maybe a week's worth of Corthite crystals stocked up. But I definitely wish I had more, let's put it that way. Right, I think this is... This is about there, I think. Doesn't need to be too fancy, it just needs to work. These boxes need to be yellow. And more importantly, they need to be black font. So fill yellow, font black. I think I want them centered. I mean, that doesn't hurt me since I'll be competing with you. Oh yeah, you play on Sylvanas as well, don't you? I forget. Yeah. Right. There's a funky little let's maybe give these headers the right color. Aha. Correct font. Oh, hang on. There's more materials we need, isn't there? I've just remembered. There's a new fish. There's a new fish. What's the new fish called? Oh, dearie me. There's a new fish and a new meat. What are they called? Boys and girls, help me out. I can't remember. I could just search for it, but Pogfish and pog meat. Yeah, you're right, but I can't remember what their actual name is. Hang on. You are definitely right, but proto flesh and precursor plastoderm. There we go. There we go. Precursor plastoderm and proto flesh. Bingo was his name-o. Okay. Is there any other vendor mats that I can think of off the top of my head that I'm going to... Well, at least now I've got vendor... Okay, at least now I've got vendor mats here. It's easy to add stuff to the bottom of this list. I don't think there's any more ore that is essential. Okay. Okay, what we can do now with this is where we can start doing some fancy stuff, right? So we can then... we can actually name these boxes. So we can name this box Lacestrite ore. And then what we can do is we can just reference Lacestrite ore directly. So instead of it being called C9, it will be called Elythium ore. So we can then easily reference back to these, which is very handy. What? Oxane ore. I need to make sure I spell things right though. Sinvir ore. Phaedrum ore. Shaded stone. Porous. No, that's not how you spell it. Copy the name and remove the spaces. Look at you being all clever. Oh, What? What? Okay, there we go. Oh, I don't know if that's any easier, you know. I mean, it works, but... we want to get rid of things like commas as well. Yeah, I thought that didn't work properly. Right, let's check these then. Death Blossom. Oh, why is that one called F9? Okay. Right, they're all correct. Let's check these real quick. Lacestrite ore, lithium ore. No, that's spelt wrong. This is the point. I need to make sure I spell these things right. Phaedrum ore. A before E. Yeah. Shaded stone. Porous stone. Progenium ore. Sinvir misspelled. Yeah, thanks. I spotted that one. In fact, thinking about it, there's stuff missing from here, right? Surely? Desolate leather, pallid bones, callous hide, heavy desolate leather. Oh no, maybe that is everything. Like I said, we can always add to these. Now that we have a global list, we can add to these pretty quickly and easily, I think. Pallid bone. Right, quick double check. Desolate leather, callous hide, pallid bone. Yep, see, that one's not right. We renamed the wrong thing. Oh, no, now we need to rename this to be, what, H11? Ah! What? What do you mean there was a problem? Can't we just remove it? Oh, what? Just call it H11, please. No? Drop down, manage named. Delete. Yeah. Okay. There we go. It's back being H11. Which means this one is actually what we want it to be. See, this is why I stream stuff like this, because you guys fix my problems for me. Bingo. Right, shrouded cloth. Lightless silk. Silk and protofiber. Quick check. Yep. Umbriel. Angazai. Oriblas. Right. Are we good? Umbriel, Angazai, Oriblas, Essence of Valor. Can we... Okay, I can't. Okay, Essence of Valor, Essence of S, Essence of T, Essence of R. I should shorten these names a bit, but what are you going to do? Any news on TSM's compatibility with new stuff? No idea. Honestly, absolutely no idea. It could be, you know, it might work, it might not. Don't know. Not sure if this would help actually name the cells, Pog Essence, etc. for now. Finish the links, then come back, change the names to the proper names. Yeah, I don't think it really... the good thing about spreadsheets is it doesn't really matter in which order you do it, as long as you just do it. Right, getting there. I'm hoping... Is there any other materials that you guys can think of that I should have on this list that don't? This column's going to be engineering. Yes. There's engineering stuff, isn't there? Which we haven't accounted for yet. The what do you call it? Oh, there's also technically inscription. Technically. Maybe we should add a thing for inscription as well. Although the only thing I can think of that we're gonna need inscription on this list as well. We can add that to it. We can add things to this list as and when we need them in the sheet. Because I know for a fact that 90% of this I don't need, because I don't have sheets on fishing and stuff, but at least it will mean that it's ready. I don't know, we'll see. I already know that we are going to need... let's take a quick look here. Engineering, worm-fed gear assemblies, mortal coiled springs. Those are going to be needed. We're also then going to need a handful of lace-right bolts as a separate material. Now I know these are intermediate materials. So for example, another one of the where are we gonna slap Shadowgast ingot? Shadowgast ingot needs to go somewhere, doesn't it? Is it an other? Do we split out vendor mats? Do we just have an other column where we put things like Shadowgast ingots? Or would you consider a Shadowgast ingot part of, you know, the ore category? Wasn't a very long break you got, was it? No. Global materials, yeah, it was necessary. It was needed. We're referencing too many materials and stuff. Shadowgast ingot is a blacksmithing material. Yeah, but we don't, you know, technically have a blacksmithing category. I don't particularly want to make a blacksmithing category just for one thing. Because a Shadowgast ingot isn't an ore, nor is it like a jewel crafting thing, nor is it a vendor mat. It is purely an other, isn't it? It is purely an other. Maybe we will have an other. Keep this as just vendor mats. Am I making an entire new category for what will be one thing, though? I don't know at this point. Yeah, I don't know. No, because it's not a vendor mat. It's not a vendor mat. I'm not happy with it there. One material has made it so that I'm not happy with all of how this is. Because I now want to put meat and fish up the top here. I now want to put these up here. And I want to put these over here. And I also want to have inscription. Inscription here. Oh, no, that's the wrong color. Fill that one. Which is going to be, then we're going to have the inks here. Just call it ores and bars. Genius. Genius. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Okay. What are the 3 inks called? Umbreal. No. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why can I not type or spell or do anything sensible today? Umbral ink. Capital I. Umbral. Tranquil's the 3rd one. Goes to show how much I've used inscription this expand. Luminous. Thank you. Like, honestly, I don't touch herbs and I don't touch inks. Ever, ever, ever. Right. Oh, Jesus. Now I can't remember where I got to with naming my cells. We did these. We did these. We did these. Did we do these? Looks like we did these. Did we do the fish? We didn't do the fish. This is a lot of hard work, and I imagine most people aren't going to use it. But, you know, it's fun. It's as fun as a spreadsheet can be, right? Precursor Placoderm. What a dumb level name for a fish. Okay. Ethereal meat. Tenebrous ribs. Is it actually called a tenebrous rib? Or is it tenebrous rib? Is it plural? Oh, I need to check this now. It is tenebrous ribs with an S. Fine. Good. Raw seraphic wing. Phantasmal haunch. Creeping crawler meat. I've always called this creepy crawler meat, but it's obviously not. Control left arrow moves to the beginning of the current word. Oh, that's clever. Shadowy shank. Huh. Well, what do you know? And then proto flesh is actually just one word. So that's an easy one. Right, let's check that these look right. Proto fresh. Proto fresh. It's like Teddy Fresh. Creepy crawling meat. Phantasmal haunch. Right, yeah, cool. Bingo. Right, vendor mats. Did we get... How far did we get with our vendor mats? Looks like we did most of our vendor mats. Soul dust, right, okay. Let's update these. That's the end of our playlist. My brain instantly knows when the end of the playlist is now. I've used that. That's an indication I've used these playlists too much. You think they smoked some funny things before making up the names? It wouldn't surprise me. Some of the names are completely loopy-doopy. Right, that should be, hopefully. Now, there's absolutely definitely something I've forgotten off the list, but that should be a global material list. Not only a global material list, but every single item in that list should have its own named cell, so that, you know, we can reference it quickly and easily from other sheets. Woo! Are you setting it up so it updates automatically through a database daily? Currently, no, because there isn't one single database that everybody has easy access to use. In the future, when Trade School Master finally gets around to releasing their API again, we will probably integrate it. Gumdrops asked me ages ago if I wanted to test their new version of their API, because I think they've pretty much finished it. For the purpose of this sheet, but the problem would be is that it would only work for, you know, people who have access to the API, which will be, you know, at this moment in time, nobody. So for 10.0, for the next expansion, hopefully TSM will re-release their API to the world, and at that point we might look at doing something like that. But for now, there's no easy database to connect it to. More importantly, there's actually a big reason why I've not wanted to do that, because it means then that you have to choose a price source. You have to choose a price source that it inputs, which may not necessarily be the price source that somebody else wants to use. Somebody in this might want to use their personal smart average buy price. Or somebody might want to use the DB market price, or somebody might want to use some other price. Having a sheet where people can go just type the numbers in themselves, I think is actually more flexible. Sure, having a drop down box and selecting your realm and having it do it all automatically for you is great, but then what happens when what it inputs is not the price that you want to actually use? You still would have to go through and then check everything. So it's kind of, yeah, I've always toyed with whether I actually want automatic updating prices in it anyway, so. Or I just want to use the price of like the 5,000 materials that I can buy right now. Yeah, exactly. This is it. Like you may say, right, if I select 5,000 items, what's going to be the average price I then pay for those items, which you could bang in here and it would, you know, work it out for you. But I think this is the most, you know, most flexible way to do it to begin with. What I should now be able to do, hopefully, is let's test this. If we then go and say, right, cost equals, now how do I set these up? How this is what I've not done. This is where I'm a little bit out of my depth now. So we should go equals 25, that multiplied by, now we can go, what, multiplied by Silken Protofiber, which is on this list here. Is that global materials L10? Could we not just reference silicon protofiber? Do we have to first reference the sheet global materials and then you can do a lookup? You just need to start typing the name of the range cell. So if we get rid of this and we go silicon protofiber, bang. Fucking genius. I mean, really good. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. This then means we go equals this multiplied by shrouded cloth price. Bingo, bongo, bosh. Love it. Love it. And we'll very quickly come across something that we won't have the thing for. So equals 10 multiplied by penumbra thread equals 1 multiplied by progenitor essentia. Oh, formatted incorrectly. And then we do equals the sum of this lot. Bosh. Bosh. Love it. Love it. Now we just need to implement this to every single sheet across the entire goddamn thing. Ah! Right, I'm going to need a drink before we go much further with this. Yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes, boys and girls. Oh, alrighty. Where did we get to? Oh yeah, we started getting some magic fantasticness on the go. Magic fantasticness. Right, now we just have to go through and do the magic for every single possible option of crafter's marks. Right, I know people like to see it in a little bit bigger, but we'll for my sanity I need it to be a bit smaller for now. Right, so this equals that multiplied by pelt. That one. Formatting is going to drive me insane. There we go. Total is the sum of that business. Right. The only frustration about this whole thing is going to be for me is that we're going to... one of the reasons I didn't want a global material sheet was because it means that if you want to be changing anything, you have to be bouncing between two sheets. I feel it's much easier to have a box on the same sheet that you can then press a button, you can change there, but I guess maybe that's my own personal preference. I think this global material sheet, generally speaking, though, is going to be a much bigger advantage for people. Because you can go through, set your prices once, and then the entire rest of the spreadsheet works. So... Whoa, reconnecting. Why does my Google Docs keep failing on me? Are we in? Are we live? I don't know if I trust you now, Google. Are we good? Are we saved? My internet's not dead. We are still live, right? I'm not paying any attention to my Twitch. I'm sorry. Okay, I think we're live. What did you say about people don't assume what they want? Craft everything. That's true. Yeah, very true. Reconnecting because Blizzard's checking it. Yeah. Yeah, updating material values, yeah. Could be. Beautiful. That one. Yeah, I know full well that at least if Blizzard do make changes to these, hopefully the only changes that it'll be is, you know, a rejig on the quantities. So it'll be a 5-minute thing to just zoom through and go dunk, 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 and change things about a bit. I'm also aware at this point that it all looks a bit mushy and I need to change the formatting to make it a little bit more legible. Because, for example, we should probably be doing things like this. So that it's a little bit tighter, a little bit neater. Although we then can't actually even see the full title properly. That looks a bit weird. Maybe maybe not this one. Maybe this one should be the right width, but maybe this one should probably be the one that spreads out a bit. I don't know. We'll fix this. Maybe this title's just too long. Chico, how we doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. Uh, 20 times handful of summon. Oh, we've found our first one that's not on our sheet. Okay, we need machinist's oil on our global material sheet. That's a it's going in above here. Machinist's oil is a vendor mat, I think. Oh dear, now I need to check. I'm quite sure it is, right? Machinist's oil. Is this a 7 gold 20 situation? It is, isn't it? Yeah. So I'll try and stop doing whatever it is I'm doing right behind my camera. That's probably not very clever of music. But we are on the first column, so I kind of can't get away from that at the moment. What do I want to do for these boxes? I think we want to have the conditional formatting on these to format, conditional formatting, color scale with this one, the traffic light color. Minimum value is the green, highest value is red. So bingo. Then what we want to do is we also want to make sure that the font is black. What up, doggo? She woofed herself awake. Silly dog. Right, so now we'll see. I know it's very difficult to see on the camera. I'm sorry. I can't really fix that much. Other than we can see that, you know, red means expensive, green means cheap. Or greener means cheaper. So we'll get a good quick glance at, you know, the overall price of these. I think from a format perspective, that kind of does the trick, right? I think that kind of does what it needs to do. Do we need any? Do we think we need? I think we probably need. Let me go back to some in regular. I think we probably need some boxes. Do we need some borders on this? Do we think? Will borders make it easier to see? Does borders make it easier to see? I'm not sure, you know. Maybe just one overall border around the whole thing. Maybe like that. Does that make it easier? I'm not sure. I just know that with the Legos, for example, with the legendaries, having the borders does help. I think I quite like that. Taking the headers out. We'll see. We'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Right, let's get the legwork done though. We've done one out of like a bajillion. We need to go to work on these. How we doing, Woo? Welcome in. Good morning to you. We're in a bit of a spreadsheet day today. Now that we have a release date for 9.2, it's time to finally get some stuff done. Paragon box mount, GG, GG. They're the true grinds. They are. I don't think I've got any of those so far this expansion. And realistically, 9.2 should be the patch we get those. drop chance on those mounts has gone up. Oh, has it? Oh, well, that's good. That's good. Because there's nothing... I mean, it's hard enough and annoying enough in most cases just to get to Exalted. Never mind to then get 10k rep all the time. I bet actually the mission table junkies out there are not doing too bad off them, I'd imagine. Because you could... don't ruin my moment. I'd imagine that the mission table guys... eventually they're going to hit Exalted because they get the rep tokens from the mission table. I would imagine that they eventually just churn through mission Paragon boxes, I'd guess. I imagine it takes quite a while to get there, obviously, just through mission tables, but if it happens to have been on a character that you've at least played for a while as well, it might not be too bad. Oh, no, hang on. Equals. This is a monstrous amount of work for one sheet. I really hope I don't regret doing this. I'm trying to push people to do them. Yeah, it's when you think about it, what is it? It's 10,000 reputation, isn't it, for the Paragon boxes? So you're looking at what's that, like 6, 7 callings for a single faction for Paragon box. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. But it's still, you very quickly get to the point where you have very little desire to do the callings. Always this bottom one's the wrong colour for some reason. I don't know how that's managed to be a thing. I've copied and pasted something wrong. Ah, oh, reconnecting again. Blizzard, get out of my sheet. Just because I'm doing all the hard work for you. Google doesn't like me. Google doesn't like me. Hello? Please don't crash and burn. Can't Google, you literally run the internet. What's going on? There we go, we're in. I think. Right, okay. There's the first two. Well, there's the new Crafter's Marks done at least. Let's put our conditional formatting on the totals to give us our what do you call it? Our color scale. business on the go. Ooh, engineering's looking good. Well, I haven't put the right prices in. Let's, before we do too much analysis, let's take a quick... Hang on. Crafter's Mark. There we go. There we go. Crafter's Mark are the first ones. Crafter's Mark. Of the chained aisle. That's going to just mean you'll fit more in the screen. That's what I want. Want to sell OFTOs? Move over NFTs. We've got OTFOs. Right. Let me just quickly actually bang in some realistic prices for this lot. 550. Solanum is like 10. Oxane is like 20. Sinvi is usually 20. Okay, let's just say 20 for each of those. Let's put some averages in there. Shaded stone's about 2. Porous stone is like literally 3. Pog ore, Progenium ore, should we just say it's going to be 50? Do we think that, yeah, Pog ore is going to be about the same as Lithium, I would imagine? Ish, maybe, possibly. To begin with, at least. Death Blossom 5, Nightshade, like 20 currently. Zone specific stuff, I think is... I don't know. I don't know herbs. I'm going to assume that most herbs are about the same price as a zone-specific ore. And a first flower, I'll assume, is about the same. Desolate Leather 2.5 seems pretty good. Callous Hide at 35. I think 30 is more realistic currently. I'm just doing the prices on Draenor, so a full pop realm. Pallid Bones are about the same as Desolate Leather at the moment. Heavy Desolate Leather 20 would be a little bit more than what Desolate Leather is. Yeah, that seems about right. Protogenic Pelt, I'm going to assume that this is the more expensive of the new materials because you actually have to go out your way to get it. So that makes sense. Silk at 1.5. Lightless is about 20 to 25. Silken Protofiber is probably going to be, because it can be acquired by everybody without the need of a profession, I'm going to say it's probably only going to be about 35 gold a piece because lots of people will get it. Gem. Yes. Fish. No clue what's going on with fishes nowadays. What's the average price of a fish nowadays? Lost Soul is basically free, right? We'll just call it a gold a piece. Or is it? I genuinely don't know. What's the price? Somebody give me a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 number rundown for what you expect fishes to be. And meat, actually. I got no clue about these. Lost Soul is like 18 silver a piece. We'll just put 0.5 then. Rare fish, Elysian thingy. What are these things going for nowadays? If I had... I could load the game up and have a look, I suppose. That would be somewhat sensible. Because I'm doing a lot of this from memory, which is never good. It means I'm usually wrong. Let's just check what Draenor's prices are. Hello, game. You... Oh, there we go. EU median's like 20 gold a piece on that one. Okay. Okay.
I ain't got it, you don't want it.
I ain't got it, you don't want it. Mats. Fish. What? Why is Magnificent Hide in my fish category? Why is exotic I must have had something else selected. That doesn't make sense. Okay, sure. This thing, let's just say 15 for the sake of maths then. Let me load this back up just over to the side real quick. My fish is looking at, my rare fish is looking at 15. My amberjack is, I'm going to say, roughly the same. Silver gill thingy, let's just say 15 again. Pocked bonefish. Pocked bonefish is the one that nobody cares about, right? Okay, yep. So that's another 0.5. Spine fin. Spine fin's abnormally expensive at the moment, but let's just say 20. And the precursor placoderm, I'm going to assume is going to be like 50 gold a piece, because it'll be the rare one to begin with, I guess, maybe. Where's my lost soul on here? Why is lost soul so expensive? That's also 0.5. That's a freebie. Okay. Meat. Where's my meat group? Meat. Shopping scan on meat. Wow. Holy Jesus. Okay. Ethereal meat is free. 0.1. Ribs are... Why? What? Hello? Jesus. Okay, sure. Ribs are 1 gold a piece. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at the quantities of these. Wings. Wings are 2 gold a piece. Haunch. Whoa, why is this thing so expensive? Why is the market price on Phantasmal Haunch 17 gold a piece? Are you mad? What is going on here? Damn. Considering the region average on this is 1 gold a piece. Hello? That's going to throw my spreadsheet into complete craziness, but alright, we're going to say 15 gold for a Phantasmal Haunch. Creeping crawler meat. Creeping crawler meat, we're going to say 8 gold. Shadowy shank. Shadowy shank is another freebie. Is another 0.1. And the new proto flesh, just for now, let's call it 50, because we have no idea. You're looking at a time when it's very likely that people will have been stocking up on stuff and buying up everything under a couple of gold. Yeah, I know. These prices are just ludicrous. But there has to be some reason why the market value on Phantasmal Haunch is significantly more expensive. Oh yeah, because this thing's a buttload of annoying to actually farm, isn't it? I remember now. Yeah, this thing is not like easy to actually come across. Yeah. Ribs were super difficult to come by until patch 9.1, and then everything in Korthia drops ribs, so it was like easy game. Phantasmal Haunch, though, on the other hand, is actually a bit of an annoying one to go out and get, which is probably why it's still expensive on a realm which is like one of the biggest raiding realms. So, okay, that was interesting. Soul Dust. Where's my enchants stuff? Enchanting. Soul Dust. Market value of 13. Sacred Shard has a market value of 37. And an Eternal Crystal has a market value of 100 gold. Okay. Haunch is one of those weird ones, pricey on all the full props, but dirt cheap on low pops. I guess it's because of feast demand or something. Yeah, it's probably going to be the fact that you need it for the feasts. And on the realms where, you know, feasts are actually a thing. people probably consume more feasts than there are people farming up the meat. Whereas on low pops, where you don't have people doing Mythic Plus, PvP, and, you know, raiding quite as aggressively, that should have been another one on Samadan's holiday souvenir list, for any of you that watched his video yesterday. Maybe he should have taken over some Phantasmal Haunch from his low level. Right, I need engineering stuff. I don't even think I have a category for engineering. Because they're not technically. They're actually considered... Where's me worm-fed? Worm-fed gear assemblies have a market value of somewhere in the region of, let's just say 70 gold a piece. Regional, say, we'll go with regional prices on these because I have no idea. We'll just say 60 on these. Mortal Coil Spring. Mortal Coil Spring region wide is about 50. And what's handful of lace stripe bolts. These, okay, these region wide are like super expensive, but they wouldn't be over here. Regional set, we'll go like 10 gold for those, that's fine. Inks, let me check the inks real quickly. Umbral ink is, this is the expensive one nowadays. Umbral ink, we're looking at market value of 70. I don't need these for the purpose of my cheat sheet right now, but I just want to have somewhat high pop numbers in there. Luminous ink is 20 odd gold a piece. Let's just say 20, let's just say 30, 25 gold on that one. And then Tranquil ink. Tranquil pigment, Tranquil ink. Whoa, still like, okay. Yeah, sure. Let's just, oh my god, pick a number in between 76. Our regional market average is 80. So we'll go 80 on a Tranquil ink. Slightly more than a Umbral ink, because I can't imagine there's many people prospecting, not prospecting, Jesus, milling Nightshade nowadays. Okay, okay. There's our material list. Based on high pop, it's kind of relatively sort of maybe possibly. The ores are still actually a bit expensive based on high pop, I'd imagine. Maybe we should fix the ores real quick. Thinking about it. What are we saying on Lace Stripe 5-ish? Yeah. Lithium 50 to 60, yeah. Solanum at 20. No, Solanum's always dirt cheap. Solanum's got, yeah, we're looking at like 7 gold a piece for Solanum right now. Oxane 11. Sinvit ore 17. Jesus, wow, okay. Phaedrum. 12. I guess I can do the herbs while we're here. Death Blossom. 5, 6 gold apiece. 7 gold actually is more realistic. Nightshade is probably about 20 gold apiece, I'd imagine, over here. 24. Vigil's Torch. Let's just say 12 gold. Rising Glory. 15. Marrow Root. 22. Widow Bloom. 22 as well. Okay. Okay. There we go. So we've now got what I would consider high pop level prices by default. So anybody that gets the sheet, you're looking at sort of high pop defaults, which will apply, which will mean the prices are closer to that of which most people see, because most people play on a high pop server. You can obviously go in and change these all you like. Now, if we continue on with our sheet though, let's just very quickly see how that affects the look of the new Crafter's Mark IV. The new Crafter's Mark IV, blacksmithing is looking to be the cheapest way to go about doing it. Blacksmithing and alchemy are very cheap, with the most expensive being leatherworking. But that is on the assumption that the protogenic pelt is like 100 gold a piece to begin with. Could be more, could be less. A little bit late to the party, saw you calculated Crafter's Mark costs. Can TSM work with the new marks? Excluding these fancy new optional reagents coming from the different professions, is there any info from the TSM guys? From what I can gather at the moment, I'm not putting much trust in Trade School Master being all that useful in patch 9.2. With the combination of not only the Crafter's Marks to increase the item level, but also the fact that there's going to be the, what are they called? They have a name. Is it these things? No, that's the wrong sheet. These things? The progenitor enhancements. I have no idea how we're going to handle these in patch 9.2. Because in theory, you would probably want, I would guess, we can add it. We can add we can do fancy stuff. We can add a price to this now. We're probably going to want to, you know, equate this into the cost. Yeah, I don't know. Easy answer is I don't really know. From what I see from TSM, that I don't think I definitely don't think that 4.12 is going to be ready in time for patch 9.2's launch. And I'm concerned generally that now we're also going to have the additional confusion about the fact that we now have 2 different vestiges that we can use, meaning there becomes 3 different ways that you can feasibly craft a rank 4, 2 different ways to craft a rank 5, 2 different ways to craft a rank 6, of which there's a strong chance, a very strong chance, that one of these will end up being significantly cheaper than the other, and in turn, one of the ways to craft the higher or the legendary base items, there'll be a clear winner in terms of how you should craft it. TSM already doesn't support this, and I don't think they're going to support it when it gets only worse, because for example, right now you can make a rank 4 by either just crafting a rank 4 if you've unlocked it, or you can take a rank 2 and add a Vestige of Origins to it. As it stands today, even, Trade School Master can't do the maths on that to work out which the cheaper one is. Never mind when you add another vestige and make the process even more complicated. It's yeah, could be interesting. I'm not putting much hope on TSM being very useful, if I'm honest. Although they are working on it, so there's a good chance that they might just surprise us. But from what I've seen, at least, even content creators or people internally or people quite close to TSM don't actually have like a pre-release version to play with or test or anything yet. So that alone gives me there's not like a 4.12 beta version or anything, which makes me think that they're still working on it and there's probably a lot to do. Have I done the weekly wrap-up yet? I haven't, no. I probably won't today, if I'm honest. Today is a bit of a spreadsheet day for me. I'm trying to get as much as I can get done in the spreadsheet today. Right, okay. So, yeah, tailoring for the haha, this is ironic, right? The big boy crafter's mark looks to be pretty comparable in price between tailoring and jewel crafting. Engineering is outrageously expensive. Alchemy isn't going to be the way to make it cheap like it was. Oh, I don't know. I see. This is different. This is leatherworking is just a no-no by the looks of things. Leatherworking is going to be the expensive one. I think. Like by some significant margin as well. I noticed you commented on Samadan's trip to Draenor. Have you done the same trip previously? No, it was a bit of the fact that I kind of... when Wu originally posted his little graph to WoW Economy, the WoW Economy subreddit, I kind of made a passing joke that maybe I should load up on materials and go say hi to Samadan. Now, obviously, he looked at that and then realised that, well, actually, that's not a bad idea for him to do anyway. And so he chose to do it himself. I don't particularly... I have... I'm not particularly a fan of moving from one realm to another for the purpose of buying and selling materials. Samadan was able to make it work and make it profitable, but he had to be going quite literally from two extremes. If your realms are closer to the middle, the possibility of that actually being, you know, profitable and worth your while becomes a lot slimmer. These need to have the right text color. Right, let's continue on with what... This is the new stuff now, but the new stuff is very heavily guesstimating on what the price will be of the new stuff, which we don't really know, but I thought it's semi-bannable, at least the rumors say so. It's not really even semi-bannable. As far as Blizzard devs have, you know, there's been blue posts on it by devs when it's been questioned previously, and they've kind of said that, well, it's a little bit of an open market, do as you please. But I just think morally it's a little bit, you know, I don't know. It feels like a bit of an unfair advantage, even though everybody theoretically has the option of doing it, but yeah, I don't know. That's just my opinion on it. I'm not a fan of doing it, and I wouldn't recommend people do it because it's a bit scumbaggy. But you know, each their own. Right, I'll go through and I'll do the maths on each of these, and then I'll go through and format it and make it look nice. Because we've got a lot to bang through on this one, so I need to pick up the pace. Heavy desolate leather. Heavy callous hide. Would you sit on herbs and ore until 9.2 or sell them now? I never have a good answer for that question. Simply because it's not it. I mean, it depends. I mean, if you can sell them for more than what if you bought them and you can sell them for more than what you paid for them, there's no reason to not sell them. If you farmed them, though, if you farmed the herbs and you farmed the ore, your prerogative becomes to obviously get as much for them as possible, of which then I would probably say saving them until 9.2. Well, you want to save them until you think they're at the highest price they'll go. It's not quite as simple, though, as here's 9.2 and now all the prices are higher. Some things go up, some things go down, and it flows. There's it's a very common question to ask, but there's never really an easy answer for that, other than, you know, sell them when you're happy with the price you can get for them. But selling them is better than not selling them. So yeah. Do you plan this week or any other time to break down the rep farming in the new zone for crafters marks and the vestiges? Did a little bit of research and everything indicates to me it looks possible to reach Honoured week 1. Yeah, on the 6th or 7th day, it looks like people might be able to hit Honoured. If they zerg and do absolutely everything physically possible, there is a small it looks like there's the smallest of possibilities. If you are, say, for example, utilizing the human racial and any other bonus you can get to reputation, it's going to come down to chest token RNG. Yeah, I think Woo's pretty correct with that. It'll be on the big servers. On the big servers, you will probably see people hitting Honoured on the 6th or maybe 7th day. Smaller servers, not so much, but on the big competitive servers, because of RNG, you'll probably start seeing people hit Honoured on the 6th or 7th day. When it comes to... I mean, the Vestige doesn't need reputation, or I don't believe it will need reputation because it's a quest reward. The greater probability is when you get the quest reward, you'll be able to learn it regardless of reputation. The reputation will only be there for if you purchase it at a later date, exactly the same as what it was in 9.1. But yeah, I think for the purpose of getting Honoured, we looked at this a little bit. Was it Friday? I'm not sure. Maybe it was Friday. Yeah, 6th or 7th day is when I'd expect people to be able to get Honoured by doing literally everything. All the daily quests, all the weekly quests, world boss, min-maxing your, what is it, the patterns of patterns, bi-weekly quest, killing every rare every day, getting lucky with rep tokens. May depend on how many of the rares end up being up in every... Well, yeah, this is the thing, right? Those numbers, I think, were based on there being 25 rares to kill a day out of 29. But it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Yeah, those who get lucky with rep tokens off world quests will probably end up being the very first people. But only because of that, they might get themselves a, you know, if they're lucky, they'll get themselves a 24-hour head start on everybody else. It's appearing to be so aggressive and so time-consuming to do, though, that I'm just not going to bother. I'll wait until... And you've got to remember as well that when we get the first reset, then there'll be things like the world boss, which is a big 500 reputation. So it'll be, you know, the people that get lucky might get it on the 6th day and have that first evening before the reset to cash in a little bit. But then you'll probably find on the 7th day after the first reset, there'll be a huge quantity of people that will very quickly be able to get caught up and hit honored. But it's all a little bit speculative because they've changed it so many times. They've changed it so many times that I've given up trying to keep track of it, if I'm honest. I equally worry that, like I said, I've said this a few times, but I equally worry that doing all of this today I might end up being shot in the foot and end up having to do a whole bunch of this again. But once you've got the fundamentals there, it should just be changing quantities, hopefully. Two more to go. 75 times Death Blossom. 25 times Nightshade. You say it often, but the early bird catches the worm. You can make millions in that first 24 hours with low competition. Question is, though, is it worth that crunch time for the first 5-6 days? So yeah, see, this is it. It's the fact that, without question, even if you're, you know, if you're on a big server and your shard that you happen to be playing on is busy, rares are, you know, I'd imagine, let's just say you need to be killing 25 rares a day. Even if you happen to be able to run around and probably almost instantly tag and kill most of those rares, even if it only takes you 2 to 3 minutes to wait to kill each rare, you're still looking at a good few hours a day just running around killing rares. That's before you do the world quests, before you have to do the daily quests, before you go, you know, doing anything else that you want to actually be doing. More importantly, there's people out there that want to be doing this on multiple characters as well. It's just too time intensive. If it was as simple as, you know, logging on, doing a few world quests, and then, you know, if it took you 25 minutes, half an hour, maybe an hour a day, sure, go for it. But the way that it looks like to me is you're probably, to be 100% efficient, it's probably going to take you 3 or 4 hours a day to do it. Which, yeah, if it's worth it to you, sure, go ahead. But it might restrict you from doing other things that you might want to. So people who will win will likely be the ones that have done hours of prep and practice on the PTR. Yeah, they'll know where the world quests are. They'll know how to complete every one already. They've done that preparation. They'll know where the rares are, how to kill the rares, which rares are going to need a group for, which rares they're going to be able to solo. Yeah. It's a little bit too much like hard work for me, to be honest. I'd rather just get the campaign done and, you know, craft my legendaries. I think if you're not in the legendary game, it's probably worthwhile pushing for it. But if you have legendaries to craft and sell, just sit on that, to be honest. Because that will be more than profitable. Well, I mean, I know I say the early bird catches the worm, and it's incredibly true. But what I also say is be happy making some of the gold and not all of the gold. Oh, Porous polishing abrasive. Is this another material we don't have? If we don't have it, how the hell did I do this before? That means that one's probably wrong. Hang on. We don't have porous polishing abrasive as a material. What did I do for this one? Porous stone. Yeah, I got this one wrong. Oops. Oops. Porous polishing abrasive goes in the engineering here. More importantly, how much is it? Porous polishing abrasive. Wow, it's like free. Okay, it's as free as porous stone. Surprise, surprise. And let's just for the sake of maths, just say 0.5. Why does it look like it's a different font when it's not? I don't know. Maybe it's my eyes. This one. Porous polishing abrasive. There we go. So now we go equals 15 times porous polishing abrasive. There we go. Boom. There we go. There's another one. What am I doing on these? We're doing text color of black. We're doing conditional formatting of color scale. This one. Go. Beautiful. Okay, let's get our columns in order. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, no, hang on. Hang on. At least it's good that raiding isn't on launch day. Well, that's true. Yeah, anybody that wants to be, you know, zerging through any of this stuff. This is, like I said, that it could end up taking such a long time to actually do these rep grinds that it might just not be valuable for people to do it because of the time it takes. What makes Mantius happy? Looking at a good spreadsheet on Valentine's Day. Well, they do say on Valentine's Day you should spend time with your one true love. So, this is why we're in the cheat sheet. Hey, you can laugh at me, right? You can laugh at me, but there's 80 people who are also watching me make a spreadsheet. So, I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. We're all in this boat together now. Uh, 79. Bye. Oh God, have I just cancelled myself? I've just cancelled myself. Can I do that? Oh, I can do that. There we go. Hey babe, I don't know what to get you for Valentine's, so I named one of your ranges to make them easier to use. Do love a good spreadsheet. Hey, it's addictive, right? A good spreadsheet. When you get a spreadsheet to do exactly what you want it to do, it's like, mwah, beautiful. Hits the right spot. Hits the right spot. Okay, we're getting there. It's slow and steady, but we are getting there. We are getting there. Seems a bit ridiculous considering we're about to go into freeze pane, so the titles can always be seen. Smart, smart, double level smart. I like that. I like that. How the hell do you do it? How'd you do it? You've missed. Yeah, I know the formatting side of it. I know I haven't boxed off the titles. Oh, just view freeze pane. Freeze panes, okay. Freeze. Can I freeze that row? Oh. Oh, I see.
Is that your wallet?
I gotta do
You're
it
just
that
glad
way.
to see me. Both, I hope.
Oh, Liz with the gifted. Thank you very much. Who got the award for the Merle Gin with your gifted sub? There we go. Congratulations and thank you, thank you. Hey, look, it comes out with a big, the default chat comes out with a big gifted icon and everything now. That's funky. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. It will freeze all rows above that row. Oh, okay. I will, I will work on how these freezing row things work. Maybe I can freeze this top section so that this always displays. If I freeze the top 8 rows. Oh, it says up to row 4. Can I not go up to freeze up to row 8? Hey, there we go, look. So you can always see what you're dealing with there. There we go, look. There we go. Fancy schmancy. Right, let's keep going. Where did we get to? 3 multiplied by heavy desolate leather. There's going to be a lot of retrofitting my other sheets today, I think. Not of which most of it I'll do on stream, but well, I will say. Like I said, today is a spreadsheet day. Sometimes you just gotta dedicate some time to it. Valentine's Day gift for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm hoping that the thing is this sheet specifically, I know for most people will be, this is how most people will use this Crafter's Mark sheet. They'll go, oh look, a Crafter's Mark comparison sheet. Crafter's Mark are the first ones. Dual crafting's cheapest. Right, bye. Literally, it will be 3 seconds. People will use the sheet for like 3 seconds. But hopefully, if that 3 seconds is informative enough for them, they'll be happy. More importantly, whenever I get asked which is the cheapest profession for the Crafter's Marks, I can say, oi, use the cheat sheet. Go get yourself a copy of the cheat sheet and work it out yourself. Not because, you know, not because I'm a bad person, but because I've done the hard work already. Go put in your server's prices and you'll be off to the races. Late strike. Oh. I like cheat days. You need a good cheat day every once in a while. Boom. How are you to know the server prices for a lot of the materials without using the auction house? Well, you'll need to do just that. You'll need to go to your auction house and you know, if you do enough crafting, you start to just know them off the top of your head for your realm anyway. But like what we had to do earlier, we just quite simply jumped into the auction house and searched for a few things and took our prices from there. The reason that I'm adding this, it's been a very popular, a very high demand item for me to do, was a global material list. so that all of the rest of the sheets in the spreadsheet all use the prices off here. In theory, you can you should only need to put your prices in here once, and then the rest of the sheet should work properly for you. So, want to buy quick sell search for TSM shopping? I mean, that would be funky. I mean, you can already just, you know, copy and paste the name if you want. Yeah, imagine if I could make it so that you just double click on the price and it automatically loads TSM, loads the auction house, and shows you the. Yeah, I mean, that'd be funky, but maybe one day. Maybe one day. That day is not today though. E.g. Umbreal / exact, Angazai / exact. I mean, you could probably work out how to implement that yourself if you wanted to. That's one step too far for what I'm willing to do. Could you change a lot of that to do API calls to TSM? You could do if TSM's API was up and functioning. They closed it down at the beginning of Shadowlands. The reason though is because they're redoing it, but. At the moment, you can't reference the TSM API. You could hyperlink it to the Undermine journal, but you don't need to handhold people that much, I don't think. You see this? Yeah, this is it. You see, I do my best to provide, you know, easy to use tools, but there does come a point where I'm like, really, you got to put in some effort, you know. Especially since I give this sheet away for free. I'm not going to lie. I do use it as a, you know, a funnel to my Discord. But even still. Okay, that's that one done. Let's oh no, okay, it doesn't need to be that big, does it? There we go. Bingo. Bingo was his name-o. Is that the right size for that? It is, yes, good. Sometimes it feels like I spend more time on the aesthetics of the sheet than I do the actual info in it, but I'm hoping that that's all for good use. Right, so now we've got Crafters Mark 3 in. We've done all of the what is technically current and 9.2 stuff is now at least implemented, and it looks neat and it looks tidy, and it's all traffic lighted, so people can at a very quick glance see which profession is the cheapest for stuff, which I think is the most useful part of this little sheet. The fact that you can say, right, well, if I'm making Crafters Mark 3 right now, it's Jewel Crafting is the cheapest by far, 261 gold for a Crafters Mark 3 with Jewel Crafting currently, with the most expensive looking to be engineering at nearly 600, apart from tailoring, which is mental level expensive at 700. So there's a 500 gold difference between Jewel Crafting and tailoring, look, on current Crafters Mark 3 gear. Monstrous difference. And then when you look at that in comparison to Crafters Mark of the Chained Isle, you can see, yes, once again, tailoring is outrageously expensive this current patch. Now, the way things are looking, my guesstimation is the expensive one is actually going to end up being leatherworking next patch. Leatherworking looks like to be the expensive one. Now, for me, luckily, on one realm, I have leatherworking paired up with tailoring, which is not great for the Crafters Marks on one realm. But on the other realm, I have leatherworking paired up with Jewel Crafting, which does look to be quite cheap, assuming that, you know, our guesstimations on some of the new materials, such as Pog Pelt, First Flower, Proto Fiber, whatever, are somewhat accurate. Now you've got me thinking to see if it's possible to make a script to get the auction house prices from TSM and insert them onto the cheat sheet. I mean, if you want to try and play with that, you feel free. Feel free. Some coding skills, I'm sure it'd be pretty easy. The data's readily available in the app data Lua file. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, you probably can do all of that funky business in Excel, probably not in Google Sheets. But in Excel, I imagine that that's not too difficult to achieve. Right, let me get these headers correct so that I can properly say that the first 4 are done. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right, let's move on then. We've got 3 more to do. We are technically way over halfway now, which is good. There's not as much to do in these either, which is a bonus. I'll probably end up spending more time formatting this than I will do actually making the sheet do what it should do. Especially these are the lower ones, which
your
is
wallet? Are you just glad to
arguably
see me?
useless to be doing. But
Both,
either
I
way.
hope.
Hey, Kitty with a tier 1. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Appreciate it. Happy Valentine's Day to you. We're spending our Valentine's Day with our one true love, which is spreadsheets. Don't let my wife hear that. The number thread. Some known spreadsheets, my one true love already. Yeah. Nothing beats a good spreadsheet. And we are finally making the Shadowlands cheat sheet a little bit more fancy schmancy. Haha, talk of the devil. Hello, wife. No, people have been saying that I'm spending Valentine's Day looking and making a spreadsheet. And I was like, well, you're supposed to spend Valentine's Day with your one true love. What are we doing for dinner? Fuck knows. I can make pizza. What time is it? Oh, it's only 2, it's fine. No, I'll make pizza later. Have you taken... Where's... You've got both doggos. She's been in order. He called her fuck nose. That's not very nice. It's not exactly what I said. A heart-shaped pizza? We could do a heart-shaped pizza. Yeah, we could do a heart-shaped pizza. I'll probably forget though. Do you speak English or Finnish at home, or both? Oh, English. I mean, I understand a reasonable amount of Finnish, but I don't really speak much Finnish. It's 2 different games, understanding it and speaking it. 2 games, which one I'm reasonable at, one I'm terrible at. Well, yeah, or Swedish. Considering my technically my wife's mother tongue is actually Swedish, not even Finnish, so it's just to, you know, complicate things a little bit more. Because nothing is ever simple. Porous polishing abrasive. I need to make sure I don't select the wrong one on that. Oh, we found another vendor mat that we don't have reference to. The Immortal Shard. That's that's a vendor mat, right? It is a vendor mat. We're gonna slide that in above here. Is an Immortal Shard another 7 gold 20? I think it is, isn't it? I think this is another 7 gold 20 or 9 gold 1. Don't tell me that has a rep discount. I'm quite sure it does. I'm sure if you go buy this from Stormwind or something, this has got a rep discount on it. I'm quite sure this is a 7 gold 21. I'd happily be proven wrong though. I feel like my comments... Whoa, hang on. Why are you thinking about your wife's mother tongue? No, mother tongue, not mother's tongue. My wife's mother's mother tongue is also Swedish, so. No, Umbreal ink does not. Umbral ink, because it's spelled different. There we go. Oh, we haven't got a dark parchment either. Ow, it's all falling apart. Dark parchment. That's another vendor mat, right? Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. How much is a dark parchment nowadays? What even is it? I don't even know what it is. I assume it's a vendor mat. Why can't I spell? Hang on. Is it even called dark parchment? Dark parchment. There we go. $50 silver at cost. Really? Basic Shadowlands inscription paper. Yeah. What do people buy these for? 50 silver a piece. Okay. Equals 5 multiplied by dark parchment. Oh, it has vendor discount as well. Okay, 42.50 it is then. 42.50. 0.425. Oh, Doggo's back. Okay. What about Doggo number 2? Where's she at? Okay. Does that mean sealing? We haven't got sealing wax as well. There's another one we're missing. Look, sealing wax. Let's slide that in next to this. Sealing wax, is this a 7 gold 20? This must be a 7 gold 20, right? Sold by everybody, 9 gold. Yeah, there we go. There's a 7 gold 20. Oh, I forget you can't see half of what I'm doing because my stupid camera's in the way. There's some sort of water business as well. But yeah, we can add to this list whenever we want now. This is the blessing, right? We can add to this list of, you know, materials as and when we need to. If we come across something we need to reference and we don't have reference to it. I'm not a fan of these decimals though. Oh well, whatever. Nobody's going to use this bit anyway. Quantity, costs, totals. We now need to make these. These need to firstly be made black, then we need the conditional formatting on them. Color scale, that one. Go. BEA beautiful. Now we need some boxes. Lovely stuff. Tone that one in. And there's another one. There's our old school 168 stuff. Quoting Jim Carrey. What's wrong with quoting Jim Carrey? I mean, he's a bit of a Looney Tune, but okay, 2 more to do. The dumb level ones. The dumb level ones that people always ignore. Apart from though, I tell you what, I make a good chunk of change off novice crafters marks still. Even to this day, people snooze on item level 87 stuff, I'm telling you. I mean, it's never going to make people rich crafting novice crafters gear, but if you haven't got a huge amount of gold to be spending other places, it's still not the worst thing you can be doing. So I know I'm not overly talkative in today's stream, but that's because I'm desperately trying to not make mistakes. Because when you start making mistakes, well, for starters, I'm hoping somebody catches the mistake, you know, in case I miss it. Secondly, because this goes out to many people, I really don't want it to be wrong. Brain is in the spreadsheet, not in real life. More often than not. More often than I would like to admit. But it does interest some people, you know, how this is put together. Apparently it interests 86 people currently. The viewer numbers are going up. What do you know? Apparently people do like a bit of spreadsheet action on Valentine's Day. No, Umbreal ink. That was, see, there we go. That was almost me making a mistake. Maybe you'll teach us something we can use at work, some transferable skills. Hey, maybe. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. I don't think we really want any more than... Yeah, 2 decimal points is probably right, because we have gold and then silver. Sure. Sure. Let's do a bit of color correction on this. These need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Need to firstly be black. Conditional formatting of color scale. That one. Go gadget. Now we do some boxes around everything. More boxes around everything. And then we trim these down. Beautiful. We're getting there. Getting there. If you select columns this, and this, and then click the format painter, then select columns this, and this, wouldn't it do it all for you? Probably. Yeah, you could just select all of these and then double click on one of them and it'll probably shunt them all about, but yeah, you're probably right. Why is this column fatter than it looks like it needs to be? Oh, because of these things. Worked at Amazon for a few months. I love putting boxes around everything. They are the kings of putting stuff in boxes. You're right. Any suggestions for a decent mouse? Yeah, the G502 is literally the #1 mouse in the world. Not only is it the #1 mouse in the world, it's also highly sought after by goblins because of its ultimate spin mouse wheel thing. I haven't got one myself, but I know many people that do. Although I did see it on offer the other day, I might pick one up. I kind of want the wireless one though, but the wireless one is over double the price for some reason, which just seems a bit, a bit baffling to me. I want the wireless one just because I don't like wires. I'm a wire phobe. I absolutely hate seeing wires. I'm one of the only people in the world that actually does cable management, not for any other reason than I just hate to see wires. I go seriously far out of my way to make sure I can't see a wire. So having a wired keyboard and mouse just every single day frustrates me. G604 might be a good alternative. I honestly couldn't. I can't visualize that one in my head, but I'll trust you on that. I thought the #1 mouse was Mickey Mouse. True. True. What about your headphones? Oh, okay. Well, there's one thing I care about more than wireless, and that's actual sound quality. There is no way I'm using one of those wireless headsets, those wireless gaming headsets, because they are trash. I don't care what anybody says. There's not a single good wireless headset on the market. Because they don't exist. And I'll fight you on that one. Doing a sum of two numbers seems so pointless, but this is just, you know, the Excel way. In fact, to be honest, doing all of this for novice crafters marks is just pointless in the first place, but from a completionist perspective, you know, if I wasn't to do it for the old stuff, there'd be somebody that says, "Can't you do this for the old stuff?" And so I'll just do it. It's fine. I'm the opposite. I can't stand wireless keyboards and mice. What I would probably do is if I got a wireless mouse, Logitech do that mouse mat that also charges your mouse while it's on the thing. So you can still have a wireless mouse. Sure, your mouse mat then has a wire, but it's less gross than the mouse having a wire. And yes, previously you used to have, you know, gamers didn't like wireless stuff because of latency and stuff. But it's not exactly as if I'm not Shroud, am I? Let's be honest. So my brain has greater latency than what a wireless mouse does nowadays. So it's not so much of a problem for me. I'm sure if you were like playing Valorant professionally, then it might become a problem, but that's not me. Almost done. Almost done. For this sheet, anyway. Then the challenge comes to update all my legendary sheets. It's not a challenge, it's just time consuming. The last calculation on the sheet. Boom. Magic. Right, let's do some... Do some nicey-niciness on it. This one, this one, this one. Oh, no, not that one, that one. They also need black fonts. Oh no, how do we oh, like that, okay. I don't imagine there's many people on Twitch that can spend nearly 4 hours in a spreadsheet and call it content. What a privileged position to be in. On Valentine's Day. Boom! The sheet's done. The sheet's done. Relevant content at that, yeah. The sheet is done. Well, it's safe to say that Inscription is a bad choice for all of the for all of the lower crafters marks. Inscription is a bad choice. But it's done. It's in. It's implemented. It's magical. It's actually beautiful. You know what we need? You know what this needs? This needs a touch of shameless promo. Ah, no. Control Z. Try again. What's going on here? What's going on here? Hang on, hang on. Oh, I should probably have... Okay, okay. Insert one above. Okay. Right, there's our new Crafter's Mark comparison sheet. Finally, it only took us nearly all day to do it. Those ink costs are fake though, much cheaper to make them. Yeah, probably. It probably is. Let's go find something you forgot. Go, go, go. Well, there's a very strong likelihood that somewhere there's an error or a formatting error or something. If you find it, just let me know on Discord. But as far as I'm aware, it's about as complete as I can get it. What I should do is also, let's copy that. Let's go global material list. Let's add a couple of... Oh no, what have I done? Oh, it doesn't like doing that, does it? Okay. I mean, that is actually technically in the right place. Fine, whatever. So we got our global material list. We have crafters marks in. What I should probably start doing is going through the legendary sheets and referencing that global material list. Now, because I have price lists on these sheets, what I could do is... For example here, I could say instead of it being a hard-coded value, I could just equals shrouded. Equals shrouded cloth. Oh, eventually it loads. And that will still keep everything else here. That then will mean I won't actually need to do this. But what I then need to do is tell people to not change this. But it... These prices are updated. These prices are managed by the global material sheet. Please make changes there. What I should probably do, can I protect? Because I would want these to be easily seen, but I don't want, you can protect cells, right? Can you do that on a... Yeah, I could make them so they're invisible, but then there's just a random weird box in place. Protect sheets and ranges. Set permissions. Who can edit this range? How does this work when people save a copy of it, though? I use 2 columns for my legendary sheet, one which fetches in the values from a global material list and one that then becomes an override which replaces the global value if I want to play around with different prices. Yeah, that's something that could be quite good to implement. I'm just trying to make it so it's not too difficult. Just put it as a warning if people change the values on them. Can you set it so if somebody goes to change this, that it throws up a warning? You should not care what they do with their copies. You're right, I shouldn't. You're right, I shouldn't. But you'd be surprised how many questions I get about why is this not working in the sheet? And then I find out that they fucked with some formula. There's an option just to show a warning. Oh, was it there just now? Hang on. Range, set permissions. Oh, show a warning when editing this range. Okay, can edit but with warnings. Oh, you know what? We haven't got enchanted lightless silk, for example, as a material even. I know what you mean. I'm a software engineer. Yeah, when people fuck with something and then expect you to try and fix it, there's nothing more frustrating. The sheet will self-destruct in 10 seconds. That's probably the way to do it. You're right. Well, I guess, actually, we should probably then put... enchanted... Hang on. I got to spell these right. Enchanted, heavy, callous, hide. Oh, look how gross this is going to make the width of my columns. Oh, you can't even see, but... It's going to make the column super duper mega wide. Right. God damn. Why does that look different to that? It shouldn't. I don't know. Type it as just ENCH. Yeah, maybe. Why not use a PowerShell command window application instead of Google Sheets so that everybody can use it? Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Why not use a completely bespoke piece of software instead of something generic? And yeah. Okay, sure. Well, what's lightless silk? 20. So enchanted lightless silk should be 40 plus the cost of 40 plus, where's me, 40 plus 53. Enchanted lithium bar. What's a lithium? Lithium is 50, so 113. Enchanted heavy callus hide. Heavy callus hide is 320, so 640, 653. I deleted the D in there. Right. That should equal enchanted lightless silk. Heads up, you're trying to edit this part of the sheet that shouldn't be changed accidentally. Edit it anyway. Huh. Okay. Cool. So now I can say to edit prices, use global material sheet. So if you don't read, it's your own pissing fault. Yellow boxes to edit prices the price list will update automatically from the global material sheet. And then if we put that as yellow, then it will grab people's attention. Oh god, yeah, don't show this again for 5 minutes. Equals lightless silk equals penumbra thread equals quartzite. Do we not have quartzite crystal on our material list? How did nobody tell me about that? How did nobody tell me about that? Surely not. We don't have quartzite crystal on our material list. Oh my god. Chat, we fucked up. I'd change the background color personally. Historic users are conditioned to enter data into yellow cells. Very true. Very true. Very true. Let's put it to something off grey. Edit prices, use global material sheet. Yellow stands out. What the likelihood of changes to consumables coming before the tier? Is it likely that they actually won't be? At this point, I would imagine that there won't be. The 9.2 PTR is considered a release candidate version now, which would indicate that there'll be nothing more than like hot fixes and bug fixes in it now. There won't be anything new added to it. That doesn't mean that they won't be changing things like the quantity of materials needed to craft things. But at this point, I think it's relatively safe to say that there won't be any new consumables. Maybe 9.2.5 possibly, but I think by that point it's a bit late. I think we just won't get a second round of consumables this expansion, which is it's a weird one, but it's a thing, right? It's a weird one, but it's a thing. Right, so now the rest of the sheet still works the exact same way that it always did. It still is going to, the sheet is still going to reference this price list up here, but that's fine because this price sheet is then referencing the global material list. So it's still going to work exactly the same way. Now, it is slightly frustrating that to change any of the... Like I said, my biggest gripe with adding a global material list was that to change these, you then have to go to another sheet, find the item you want to change, and change it in there. But in theory, people put their materials in once, and then they just look at it. They're not really playing with materials so much. We play around with the materials a little bit, but just from a hypothetical point of view. I don't think people really play around with the stuff too much. I know for a fact that most people use the cheat sheet from a purely like informational standing. They put their numbers in once and then they're happy with it, I think. So I can probably actually very quickly do the same thing for these. So what did we changed this line there, and there for uniformity, if that's a word. This we slap it in here, 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 and here. We change, what else did we change? We changed the note on this just as a double, you know, double whammy. Don't be a dum-dum. Ah, no. No. No, whoa, hang on. What's going on here? Right. We also need to grey out all of the boxes. We did that grey, I think. Because you're right, people are conditioned to change yellow boxes. Why have they got a border on them? Now we need to go through and actually link these two. So equals enchanted heavy callous hide. equals heavy callous hide equals heavy desolate leather equals desolate leather equals arboreal shard equals callous hide equals pallid bone protogenic pelts equals progenitor essentia or pog essence as we like to call it. Why is pog essence showing us 10 gold? More like 10,000 gold. Right. Okay. We also wanted to put a protection on this to say, oi, don't be a dum-dum. Range, set permissions, show a warning. These are not meant to be fucked with. Don't fuck with them. Enchanted heavy callous hide. Oh, I've spelled pallid bone wrong. See, I told you I always spell pallid bone wrong. Have I spelled pallid bone wrong throughout the entire sheet? I have, look. I'll change that in a minute. Now we need to put the protection on it. Whack a Johnny on it. Protect sheet and ranges. Range, set permissions. Show a warning when editing. Plate. Bit of stupid borders on that. We don't need no borders on that. Equals shadow gas ingot equals enchanted lithium bar equals luminous flux That's the wrong color. Hey, this is much quicker than I expected it to be honest. I was half expecting to have to change everything, but I prefer this because I think this is still handy information to have visible. So it probably was, yeah, this works quite nice. This works quite nice. Oh, you know where this is going to be really handy? This is going to become very handy in our vendor shuffle sheet. Yes, it is. Why is... Why? Okay. Why is that changed colour all of a sudden? Where was the protect thing? There it is. Protect sheets and ranges. Set permissions. Show a warning. Well, there we go. Holy shit. That was way more efficient than I expected it to be. I need to rename Pallid Bone, like literally everywhere, because I've managed to spell Pallid Bone incorrectly throughout the entire sheet and nobody's ever told me. Thanks for that. Is it wrong in the leatherworking one as well? Oh, leatherworking, it won't be there, of course. Oh no! Now I've also lost the stupid border from the side of every single one of them. God damn. The things that annoy me. Not having that tiny little bit of border would actually drive me insane. There we go. There we go. Woo! Control F, Pallid, replace all. Yeah, well that you know. That would almost be easy. I can't turn that into content. Right. There's our... You know what we might do as well, you know? Do we think it's worth doing... Ooh, I might... You know what I might do? I don't know if this adds any benefit to people. But I might put a freeze in there. Just so it always shows what you're doing. And, you know, the basic instructions. If I slap a freeze in... Plus it also continuously shows, you know, my socials. One pallid border still missing. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. It is. It is. In fact, 2 of them are missing. 3 of them are missing. 4 of them are missing. Thank you. Thank you. If I put this freeze in here... Not a fan of that freeze. Yeah. It's a bit too much, isn't it? It doesn't leave you much real estate below it. I think I agree. But I kind of want to... Yeah, I think you're probably right. We'll do without it. Because then, yeah, actually, with it... with the freeze, it's hard to see all 4 ranks in one go. Yeah, whatever. Okay, I think we're making some solid progress on this today. I'm confused. How's the number going up the more that you fix? Yeah, I don't know. That's not how it should work, right? I think that's legendary's done. You know, holy Jesus. What other sheets? Mage Tower gets to take a back step nowadays. Throw that all the way down the end somewhere. What's sheet 27? TSM price sources. See, a lot of these sheets towards the end are actually just kind of like sheets that don't really have... are sheets that I've created for the purpose of like videos and stuff once upon a time, but I don't think I change... Did you change the vestige comparison yet? You're right, I don't think I did. Crafter's Mark comparison. I think I want that to come after. Where's my vestige comparison? No, I haven't changed this yet. Yoink. I'll come back to this in a minute. I'm just trying to think about what order I actually want the sheets in on this list. Global material list has to be first. Crafter's Mark comparison, while it's kind of cool, it like this sheet is legendaries first. So cloth, leather, mail, plate, ring and neck. Then we can have vestige thingy. Then the vestige comparison can be shortly after the legendaries. Crafter's Mark comparison. Then we probably want vendor shuffles. That's probably one of the most used sheets. And then everything else. Oh, I did a little, see, before I even started the stream today, I did a little bit of work on our vendor and disenchant shuffle sheet. I dark moded it, but now we can go through and we can actually... At this point, we can probably just get rid of the shopping list completely, can't we? Because we just don't need it. Oh, no, it's the same situation that every single one of these costs is referencing these things. So I do need to keep these, but I need to do the same with these as what I did with my legendary sheets. Just to, you know, protect them and tell people not to change them. Because otherwise I've got to go through and I have to change like literally every single one of these stupid formulas, which I'm not doing. And having these here for reference I think is, you know, somewhat still useful. Okay, let's finish this one then. Actually, we can work on this one. Vestige comparison. Let's just fix all of these then. Heavy desolate leather. Callous hide. Pallid bone. How are we doing, Lyth? Welcome in. Welcome in. You've caught us on spreadsheet day. We're making sure that the cheat sheet is 9.2 ready. And not only are we making it 9.2 ready, we're making it fancy. We're making it smart. Well, that's the plan at least. Global material list has been easily one of the most requested features for this, so I decided it was time. I was half saving doing it till until 10.0, but you know, smart sheets are the best sheets, you know it. let's fix these. These need silicon protofiber. Progenium ore. Shadow gassed ingots. This is actually this is probably the sheet that most of us in here care about more so than anything else, I imagine. Which profession is going to result in... Oh, we're stupid reconnecting again. Which profession is going to result in the cheapest vestiges? That's the... which are we going to combo without... What are we going to combo tailoring with going forward? Come on, Google, connect me. Make the connection. Oh, just thinking about it. Are we back in? No. The Lost Ark queue's leaking into good. Well, apparently the 1.3 million players trying to play Lost Ark or something is slowing the whole internet down. God damn. There we go. We're in. We're in. So the moment of truth. Jewel crafting! Jewel crafting for the win. Jewel crafting's your cheap one. Jewel crafting's your cheap one. For your vestiges. I know you can't see all of this very easily because my head's in the way, but I can't really fix that. Jewel crafting looks like it could be the cheap one, but the difference is slim. I mean, there's literally less than 3,000 gold between them all, realistically. 4,000 gold between them all. If you double the Pog Essence ore, though, the difference might be greater. Well, there's 2 for all of them, so they cancel each other out. The difference, I think, here is probably that my my guesstimation... oh, the ore price, sorry. Yeah. It might have something to do with that my guesstimation on the pelt is quite high at the moment. If I put the pelt down to something similar to what the first flower, what the rest of them are, you can see then, yes, sure, jewel crafting's still the most, tailoring's the most expensive, jewel crafting's still the cheapest. Brings leatherworking back in line a little bit, but I mean, the whole thing is, I think the point to make with this is that it's much closer than what it was last time. You can, I know my stupid head's in the way, but you can kind of see the Vestige rank 2s that tailoring was so far ahead. Like everything was like 30k, 30k, 30k. and then tailoring at 40. There was nearly 10,000 gold difference at any given point, purely because of this. Purely because of the lightless silk. This really screwed over tailors. Now, tailoring is still more expensive, but I don't think it's going to be that much more expensive. You're still probably going to want to pair tailoring up with something cheaper, but pairing it up with anything is, you know, good. It's not quite as ridiculous. This probably means that you won't even need to really bother doing any fancy work with your auctioning operations. Thinking about it, not for the purpose of the vestiges anyway. You know how we had to do the funny business, but you know, minusing off the cost of the tailoring vestige to add on the cost of the vestige that you crafted it with, was kind of in the auctioning operation, was our way to try and fix the outrageous tailoring prices. But I don't think that you'll really... I mean, the profit margins shouldn't end up being that skinny that you'll really care that much, I think, to have to even bother doing that, which is nice. Right, let me make this sheet look a little bit more like the rest of them, though. This is to compare the various crafting costs of the vestige crafting reagents for legendary base items. This sheet uses the global material prices found in the just to make it, you know, super obvious where it is. Please do not edit prices here. Well, you can't edit prices here, really. Trying to make it overly apparent that you need to change prices somewhere else than in here. What? Did I not copy that? What? Oh, because I dragged and selected it from the top. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Okay. New sheet's going to be sexy AF. Hey, hopefully. Hopefully. We are getting there. It's starting to look pretty strong, you know. It's starting to look pretty strong now. Yeah, starting to look pretty strong. I need to update this a little bit to just say, right, these are the new sheets and whatever. But global material list is looking good. Global material list, cloth Legos, leather Legos, mail Legos, plate Legos, ring and neck, all the options, your vestige comparisons, your crafter's mark comparisons, of which there's loads of them. I'm zoomed in super far, by the way. It doesn't look like this normally. Now I guess we should probably do vendor shuffles, right? We need to update our vendor shufflers to do the set, to take advantage of the same. How did we phrase it over here? To edit prices, use global material sheet. We need the same here. What I could do actually, you know what we could do? We could Can we do a double freeze? I found a new trick, you know, which, can we freeze it there, but then also freeze it here? No, not in the way I want it to. Click on the box to the right in the box under the place you want to freeze. Not sure about sheets. Yeah. You freeze by cell, not by row. I want to just keep the shopping list locked on the left-hand side. Don't know. Click D10 and try. I don't know. No, I think Sheets is not as smart. What I can do though is I can get rid of some of these. These are then just purely here for reference, so, or they will be here for reference only, so we could smush them all together. Saying that, I don't think I do want them all smushed together now, do I? I think I want them separated the way that they were before, so then you can see them along the same as what's going on here. Yeah, okay. Let's put them back. Let's put them back. Let's bring these back down to where jewel crafting is. Let's grey these out. Oh, hang on. Malleable wire's also a jewel crafty one. Oh god, I right balls this up now, haven't I? Penumbra thread, luminous flux, soul dust. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Flux is a blacksmithing thing. Or is it a jewel crafting thing? It's a blacksmithing thing. Soul dust, sacred shards. These are at the top of the list for a reason. Ah, yeah. What I'll do is if I put this little thing over here, because that's where my socials are going to go. Let's get priorities right. Soul dust, sacred shards. Can we maybe put these, because they are literally only for reference over here. Shrouded cloth, lightless silk, penumbra thread are the 3 for tailoring. Desolate leather, pallid bones, callous hide, all of this sort of business. This is leather working. God, I really ballsed up the look of this, haven't I? That'll do. That'll do. And if I slap a big old protect around this, or not a protect, sorry, a warning. Where did that go? There we go. Protect sheets and ranges. Range, set permissions, show a warning if editing. Right, then this needs to be equals penumbra thread. Yeah, I know. Equals shrouded cloth. Equals lightless silk. See, the annoying thing is this is one of those sheets to where people are likely to want to change material prices here. So this is where I might put an override in. Ah, it makes this whole sheet so much more frustrating. I might put an override box in for the purpose of testing. There's a lot of calculations to fuck about with if I do that. Love to see that somebody on my realm is trying to drag down the price of Corthite. I just scoop them up. Hey, if they're going to do silly things. If they're going to do silly things, then take advantage. Thinking about this, I probably, because believe it or not, vendor shuffling becomes a real thing in the last patch of the expansion. Because when all of the crafted gear just drops in value completely, because everybody stops buying it because it's the end of the expansion, that's when vendor shuffles really kick in. This sheet is going to become far more used. So I might do some further revisions to this. Oh, Twilight Bark we don't have as a vendor reagent. Oh no, we do. Haha! It is in our global list. Check me out. This, in fact, yeah, thinking about it, this sheet is one of the sheets where having a global material list is actually less effective, because this sheet is primarily hypothetical. This is to try and give you an indication of, well, if I can get my materials at this price, then I can do this with them. More so than, oh, these are my price. I don't know. Maybe I'm guessing again. I'm guessing to how people are going to use it. Oh well, people can change it if they want. Added a sheet and reference a global price page. That way I only need one TSM search string to update all the... Well, that's what we've done. We've got global material sheet now. So you change your material prices over here and it will populate throughout the rest of the sheet. Highly requested, and so I decided, well, with 9.2 round the corner, it's time to do it. So that's primarily what we're doing today. So now you put your prices in over here. But my theory here was that the vendor shuffle sheet is more of a hypothetical thing. You're not necessarily looking at your specific prices and deciding what you can do. You're probably more interested with in, right, what price do I need to buy my materials at? And then that's where you can switch and choose around these a little bit. But are these numbers right with these prices? Oh yeah, of course, these are always profitable because you're... Yeah, I know why. That's fine. Oh no, these are referencing invisible stuff. Oh no, have I broken my whole sheet? Oh no, what was in this box? Is there still something in that box? There's still something in that box. Have I got hidden shit down here? I have, I've got hidden shit. Is it still referencing the right things? I've got... oh, I'm hoping I've not ballsed that up at any point. Text color, white. Oh, I knew I had hidden stuff on this sheet. Have I gone and broken this stuff? 2 times this multiply plus 2 times C96. Lay strike setting. Oh, okay. Phew! It does seem to have maintained itself. Okay. I hid that for a reason. And then you got your soul dust prices, your sacred shard prices, your disenchanting rates, which if you feel the need to change the disenchanting rates, you can, but these are the disenchanting rates. Change at your peril. Okay, yeah, there's not much price changing to this. We probably need to change this line here. Price list will update automatically from the global material sheets. Sad to see how all of this work will be irrelevant in a year. Well, the likelihood is we can repurpose and refashion most of it. The fact that Blizzard does love to copy and paste things themselves means that hopefully we'll be able to copy and paste things as well. So that's my plan. What else do I want to do here? I think all I need to do in here is slap in my socials now. Okay. That's looking okay. Yeah, lots of spreadsheet fun today. We've been doing spreadsheets for far too long today. But I think I'm almost there. Are there any other sheets that I really feel like updating? My prospecting sheet, there's definitely no, because this doesn't need. Yeah, this is all hypothetical pricing again. This is like, well, if you pay this much and you buy this much, and if you pay X, yeah, this is so that you can plug in your own numbers. This doesn't need to pull from a sheet anywhere. So this doesn't need to change. My milling sheet. You can tell I don't do anything with milling. I mean, the one thing we're going to do. I can't very easily do that. I mean, whoa, we've still got data from the Shadowlands beta in this. I apologize to any scribes or alchemists out there. I've really let you down this expansion, but I mean, this page is. This was just used to work out rates initially. We're just going to delete this. We genuinely don't need that sheet anymore. Crafting Legos in 9.1. This is still handy for people to look at, maybe, but really not that easy. Optional reagents 9.1. This sheet can just go now. We don't need this sheet at all, do we? This has been replaced completely. So that can be deleted. Yeah, because we've got that elsewhere. The rest of these are just other little silly things. This we need to do something with. Because this is going to be 9.2 relevant. Adolescent Manthe before he grew up to be a proper... What, you know, all the white. Yeah. We can put a price column in this now, can't we? We can put a price column on this one. Let's rename this Progenitor. Because that's, believe it or not, that's what they're actually called. Let's drag this down somewhere closer to something relevant. We'll put this after our crafter's marks comparisons. We can go insert 1 to the right. We can go cost. Equals. Oh, okay. We need to do a bunch of this business. Plus. Just in anticipation that they change these quantities, I'll do it properly. God, we're getting some serious progress on the go today. I apologise it's not been the most, you know, hype or interactive stream today, but I think we've got a lot done. A lot done that hopefully might propel us forward. Beautiful. Whoa, that's expensive. Some of my favourite streams are of people making videos or making the tools they use to make our lives easier, rather than just presenting the finished products. Yeah, sometimes the yeah, I get that. Sometimes the beauty is in the crafting of it. Wasted a week doing my own spreadsheet for crafters marks and vestiges. Could have just waited for you to have done it. Hey. Well. I've just realised I really am doing this an arse about tit way. I should probably have put whatever. Material breakdown costs would have made the whole thing much easier, but whatever. Progenium ore. Plus 10 times handful lastrite bolts. Plus 2 times mortal coil springs. Plus 4 times worm-fed doodah-doodahs. Technical terms there. Worm-fed doodah-doodahs. Have you messed around with Lost Ark yet? Haven't dabbled with it since we got the patch so close and just. I think I'm very much of the opinion that Lost Ark will just be a flash in the pan. I don't think it's really got any legs. Coming straight out of the Asian market is going to mean that it is completely pay to win, which means it won't last very long. it'll make them a whole bunch of money to begin with, but I don't think it will last very long. The Asian market seems far more accepting to like pay to win mechanics in video games. We're just not. I mean, it looks kind of quite fun. I might play around with it a little bit, but I'm not going to be doing any sort of content or streaming it or anything like that. Unless it turns out to be the next Minecraft, I'm not going to get on board with that, no. I mean, I didn't get on board with this Minecraft, but you know what I mean. These, just very quickly looking at the costs of these progenitor enhancements, these are not values that you're going to be able to sniff at eventually. If you look at I mean, I'll do jewel crafting, but if you look at the cost of these, you are absolutely definitely, these are going to cost enough to make that you are going to care about integrating it to your operations for your crafted gear. These are not, 50 to 100 gold crafting prices on these. These are upwards of 1,000 gold a piece to add one of these perks to a piece of gear. The enhancements are bind on pick. I think these are bind on equip. I think you can sell these. I'm pretty sure you can sell these. They work in a similar way to Relics of the Past, I believe. Which is kind of why I want to get my my alchemist and my engineer up to 60 so I can get them. Might be a market for the top couple, just to pre-craft for others to add them to their crafts. Yeah, there might be an intermediate market there. Just like there's an intermediate market for things like Shadowgast ingots. It might be one of those that, you just bang some of these out, throw them up on the auction house, and away you go. So yeah, quick glance on these. The one hidden behind my camera is the Pure Air Sails, which is actually the one that this is what, it's going to be an extra 700 gold to throw a speed enchant on your crafted gear for the and it's going to be worth. The question will be is whether it will add more than 700 gold value to it. This is the thing. I'm quite sure that selling speed sets will be a thing. You'll want your engineer to get this and craft these. I'll just do it that way. That's fine. 8 new optional crafting reagents added in patch 9.2. These can be added to Shadowlands gear at the time of crafting. 4 professions make 2 each. I need my default. This sheet uses the global material price line in there somewhere, don't I? I think we can, these are expensive enough, we can round these up to round numbers. Any idea on guesstimations what the price for the Pog Essence might be? Should be pretty sizable to begin with. Yeah, if it's difficult because we don't know just how easily they're going to be obtained, but for my initial look at things, that if they leave everything exactly the way it is on the PTR right now, if we go live with it in exactly the same way that it is right now, I would not be surprised to see them selling for like 10 to 15k each. But it's the very strong possibility that they up the drop rate of them, and at the same time also increase the amount of them we need to craft. So yeah, it's not, yeah, that doesn't seem too bad when you only need 2 of them. But there's a problem with having a really expensive material like that, is that it makes the entire crafting cost super volatile. The standard deviation of the pricing of the rank 7s could be wildly different. And the problem is that if you have a single material that's worth 15,000 gold each, the I farmed it so it's free crew will fuck you over all day. People will go out and they'll have their one pattern will be, you know, their Grimmed cape will be the one pattern they know how to craft, and they will go out and they will spend an hour or 2 and they'll farm up so that they're free their own Pog Essences, and then they'll undercut people by 20k to get that quick sale. And this is the problem when you have one single material that's worth so much. There's not been many cases where we've ever really had that, and it hasn't been we've had like the Panther mounts, for example, that have had one really expensive material, but it comes from a vendor, so its price is normalized. I hope they do it before the game goes live and they don't retroactively add it in after people have already started farming them. I'm hoping at some point this week, you know, they up the quantity needed to craft from like the 1, because you have the crafter's marks, which need 1 each. Crafter's marks need 1 each. You have the vestiges that need 2 each. I hope they like double, triple, quadruple that number, but also make them easier to farm, so that there's a greater supply of them, and it will mean that the price will, you know, the market price for them will balance out a lot quicker. If they're super rare, they will go for super high prices, because it will be who has them versus who doesn't have them. I know, Doggo, I'll let you out. But yeah, I've had this concern for a few weeks, and I've been slowly but surely waiting waiting for the day that Blizzard come in and rebalance all the materials. But so far, it's not happened. Just got to find the people who vended their quarthites and get to them before they find a vendor. Well, yeah, good luck with that. There might be, you know, it could end up being one of those things where they don't even hit the auction house. Is that, you know, hollering in trade chat. Now that trade chat is a little bit more usable, you may find that people start, you know, want to buy Progenitor Essentia, will pay, you know, insert X number here. Because they also, they're also pretty expensive to list on the auction house, I think. Do you have somewhere in ZM where you have access to trade chat? Probably not. I mean, you'd be better off standing in Haven, which is the main area in Zereth Mortis, and just, you know, yelling. Will buy your Pog Essence. Had great success getting them from trade, couple of thousand or so over the last months. It's sub 100 to 150 gold. Or just on general chat. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Getting people to sell you their Pog Essences directly might be the win. But yeah, I don't really know. We had more information to go by with Quarthite crystals because they were implemented onto the 9.1 PTR a lot sooner. Honestly, we've got release candidate of the PTR now, and it's still very hard to find out any information about these Progenitor Essentias. They're that rare that, you know, I've got no data to go by. What I really need to do is incentivize all of you guys to go out and do an hour's worth of farming and report back just how many of them that you get. But everybody turns to me or other content creators for the answers when it comes to the PTR. I might, yeah, we might see. Did 2 hours of farming, got 1. Yeah, see, I had something similar. Make me a speed set and I will. It doesn't even really matter. You just need to get a druid on there with herbalism and mining, which you probably already have anyway. But yeah, we'll see. What drops the Pog Essences in particular? Well, herbalism, and you can get them from herbalism and mining. You can also loot them from the daily treasures. The daily treasures will be the way that, you know, average Joe comes across them. But they're about as rare as finding a Quarthite crystal from a bone pile. It does happen, but it doesn't happen reliably, and it doesn't happen very often. The reliable way to farm them is herbalism and mining. But even then, I've not seen many of them at all. Maybe they drop from skinning or skinning rares because it's considered gathering. I don't know. But yeah, like I said, I'm only one person. I can only test so much stuff. My one person's data is not proving to be that reliable when it comes to these things. But to give a bit of an overview, I'm about done for today, I think, because it's about time for me to go and start eating some food. But today we got some stuff done. The cheat sheet is looking much better than what it once was. We now have a global material list, so it makes it far more simplistic for people to, you know, dive in to come in and to put their prices in for their materials. These will then filter through the rest of the spreadsheet. We've updated the legendary sheets to use those global material leads. So, you know, to edit prices, use global material sheet. If you click on this to try and edit it, it should... oh, great. Well, it doesn't. Did I not? I swear I put a protector thing on this. Well, if you edit this and you fuck it up, then it's on you to fix it. But I've tried to highlight it as well as I possibly can, that don't change these prices. These are here for reference only. But the legendary sheets now pull from those global sheets. We've got our Vestige of Origin comparison sheet up and running. Once again, that pulls its prices from the global sheets. Is this live? Yeah, I just edit the live version. I don't have like a fancy schmancy. The Crafter's Mark comparison sheet. Every single Crafter's Mark ever. All pulling from that global sheet. Traffic lights for each one to show which ones are the cheap ones, which ones are the expensive ones. What else did we do? We have our Progenitor Enhancement sheet for the new optional reagents coming in 9.2 and their relative costs. Do with that as you wish. I could probably put where these come from, maybe, on this, because these drop from rares. Maybe a link to the rare that drops each one of these might be helpful to some. Maybe, we'll see. I'll make that into a video. That's a killer video, actually. Our vendor shuffle sheet has now been updated once again to use the global material prices, and a little bit of dark moding so that it doesn't blind people. And that's pretty much it for so far. But that's literally the core of it anyway. There are some other things that people do use, things like the prospecting sheet, but this is all hypothetical numbers, so this hasn't changed. Yeah, it's about ready for people to download their save their copy and use it, I think. I can't imagine there being many more changes that I need to make for this now, for 9.2. Which will probably mean this is almost as it will be now. We probably won't feel the need to make any additional changes to this. Reconnecting, yeah, Google is being dumb. Pets and mount crafting page. I knew you'd come up with something, Woo. That's the spreadsheet in its own, though. I actually have a mount crafting spreadsheet to calculate all the costs out. Oh, the ZM ones. There's no real cost to that, and all of the materials are bind on account, and I don't think any of them are tradable. So I think it's an entirely a personal progression system from what I've seen so far. Although, yeah, I suppose the pets being cageable is a thing, yeah. But then I don't think there really needs much spreadsheet tracking of that, maybe. I don't know, maybe. I'll use a spreadsheet where it's necessary to use a spreadsheet, but I mean, maybe a page on info about it. Tried selling pets a few times, failed miserably. Pets are in a way are like transmog. You just gotta keep them on the auction house. The longer you keep them on the auction house, and the greater the scale that you do it, the higher chance there is of them selling. It's a numbers game. It's a time game, I think, with pets. You want to spread yourself across as many realms as possible. If you just cage up a bunch of pets and list it on one realm, yeah, you're probably not going to get very far. But right, I think that's me done for the day, boys and girls. Thank you all for joining today. And more importantly, thank you for your input and shouting at me when I make errors. This week I'm focusing a lot more on getting sort of things ready for 9.2, so I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of regular streams this week. I thought I'd stream today purely because, you know, when you're pissing about with a spreadsheet, it's kind of easy to get some conversation on the go. It kills two birds with one stone. But I'm probably going to put a little bit more effort into making some videos for some of these different areas for 9.2 so that it's all ready for when we go live, and then we can just, you know, 9.2 launches and we're away. The only thing I'll need to do when 9.2 goes live is fix my TSM profile, but I'll just dedicate an evening to doing that. But yeah, cheers boys and girls, enjoy the rest of your Valentine's Day. Go spend it with your loved ones. Don't spend all day on a spreadsheet like I have. If you're off for some food or something this evening, enjoy it. Don't spend too much. Use protection, and I'll see you all tomorrow in a bit. Peace.